I don't want to wait anymore. I want to play this dang game. Do you guys want to play this dang game? Because I want to play this dang game. I am so extremely excited for this freaking game. I am so excited. We were kind of talking about it in the Discord earlier, but I remember feeling like a little disappointed after Little Hope last year, because we also played that, if not the day it came out, a couple days after it came out. And I remember getting through it and I was like a little upset with it. But the more I thought about it and the more that I like sat with it and thought it over, the more I did actually really enjoy it. And I'm excited to see what else they're gonna do and what the hell is gonna happen here. And I just like, I want to give everyone a chance to get in, because I know we're starting much earlier than we usually do. Well, I say much earlier, just 2 hours earlier. That's still a lot earlier though. I want to give everyone a chance to show up, but I plan on finishing this game in a single sitting. I think it usually takes... Right? Well, it's like... I don't want to necessarily... Because I know there's some people haven't experienced it yet and might be interested in it, so I don't necessarily want to, like, talk about it too much. But I can give my thoughts... on Little Hope later. And why I think it was actually extremely brilliant. Definitely, I feel like this whole anthology series has been an extreme undertaking after how phenomenal Until Dawn was. But I like that they are bite-sized stories. I love and loved and still love, just continue to love Until Dawn. But I've been really pleased with how the Dark Picture Anthology has continued the legacy of Until Dawn, but still gone on and done its own thing and are exploring different topics. And I am extremely excited to see what they're gonna do with this one. I mean, it's brand new. I don't know anything about it. I do know that there's lots of imagery of our good boy Pazuzu, so that's gonna be exciting. I'm gonna turn off Spotify and we're gonna go over here. Oopsies. Y'all can see my Spyro background. Oopsies. Hopefully the game isn't too dang loud. Hopefully. We'll see. It's thinking about loading. It's thinking about it. There it goes. Oh no! I'm so sorry. I said it. I said the word. Now David's gonna be on it. I'm sorry. Ooh, hiccups. It's a little, only a touch acceptable. Cause it's not Danganronpa that we're playing. Ooh, boy! That was loud! I'm so sorry. Hopefully that's better? Why is my capture card always so loud? Always. Right? Boom! You wanted some House of Ashes? I got some House of Ashes for you. Also, there's the curator. Hey, babe! How's it going? Long time no see! I'm stupidly excited about this. So I did get the... I always have to turn the brightness up just a little more than they explain. Right? Can we all just be... View other games in the anthology? Sorry, I want to look at the menu now all of a sudden. Yeah. Are you gonna... Oh, can't look past it yet. Dang. It's a good outfit. Look. It wouldn't be that hard to make. Just saying. Just saying. Jag, hi, how's it going? You know what I forgot to do? I'm so sorry. Forgot to put captions on. They are on now, though. I was just so dang excited about this game that I forgot to do everything. We're doing very good. I'm very excited about this game. I'm gonna turn my headphones up. If the in-game sound is too loud, too quiet, let me know. We can fix that. I'm gonna play alone. We gotta play alone. Okay, okay. I'm so excited. Excuse me. We got difficulties. We got difficulties. You got this, Emmy. Don't worry about it. Okay, okay, alright, okay. And I don't think that the previous ones had difficulties, honestly. I know there are QuickTime events. But like, I'm shocked. I'm shocked. For they have sown the wind, and they shall reap the whirlwind. Bark, bark! I'm a crow! Sorry. Oh my god! Sorry, I'm very excited. I'm very excited. Also, how does the game sound so far? Is it too loud? Crow go, rah! Yes! Sorry. Oh? Oh, your face didn't render properly for a second there. Oh, that man is dead. Literally, your actions have consequences. Never. Not ever. A god? A cod? 2231 BC? Wait. I just guessed.
No! I don't want to die! Silence!
Oh! Where are the subtitles? This is a problem. I need subtitles. Why aren't subtitles automatic? Oh. I need... Hi, Cyril. Game's a lot quieter than I am. I can turn it up. I will gladly turn it up. Happy walking home. Sure you want to current... See, I want to save my current settings.
Your blood will pay the debt our king demands. Your
Is that better?
will lift his curse from our land.
General Tarapu, forgive me, my lord. The king demands your urgent presence.
Sir, you're so oily!
The gods smile on you. For now. Take this one back to his cell.
Why is everyone so oily? There's so much shine.
Luck, Gutian.
Luck? No. No luck for these dogs.
I like that man's belt. He's got a whole ass cow head, like in bronze on his belt.
General, we should
They're
leave.
whispering.
The king, his madness threatens to swallow us all.
Is that better?
This temple is cursed.
I'd rather die in this cursed house.
I mean, they are speaking kind of quietly.
Out there. We have our orders, Captain.
It's better, okay. If it ends up being too loud, let me know.
The moon god sent you to destroy my kingdom. I know it, girl.
Oh,
I
no.
see everything.
Hold on a second.
Look around you. Is this hall not famous enough for my mistakes? Do the gods not bask in its glory? The Gutians are coming, General. The moon god sends an army to destroy us.
I shall muster our forces immediately.
It all sounds
Good.
quiet. Why?
And what news from below?
There are hundreds of prisoners, my king. Their sacrifice will take time.
Time is no longer in our hands. No matter. The blood of this army will nourish the
Just the
sands.
game audio?
The
I don't know
sacrifice will be
why.
fulfilled.
I've turned it up again. If
Starting
it...
with this one.
Hopefully that helps.
Tell me, General. Does she remind you of anyone?
My king?
Do you not see a hint of your own daughter in her?
I mean, I
What
can try
age
to
is
adjust it
she
in
now?
game. I haven't touched like the audio settings at all in the game. Is the issue? Yeah. Oh, it's all up at 100%. What the heck? I mean, I've got a lot of wiggle room to adjust it on my
18.
slider over here.
18. What a tragedy this plague has been. Kill her.
Reluctant!
My king, would it not be wise to keep the girl alive? She's an enemy scout. We could learn the Gutian's plans.
No. Every drop of blood brings us closer to salvation.
Sir, I don't think that's true!
Die.
No, sir, I don't think that's true! Oh, no! Okay. We're already getting into the quick times. I'm gonna fuck this up so bad. Don't feel great about beating up this girl. Yikes, 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 yikes! I don't know what that... Where is she? There she is. Well, I don't feel great about this. Rip. Sir. Okay. Okay. I'm pretty sure she was already dead, but you know. Ooh! 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 Juicy! We're just starting off just real gory, aren't we? Not the man juice. Not man juice. Yeah, you choke him. You take that man out. Don't get stabbed though. Well. Ah! That man is dead, probably. What is happening? This is not what I was expecting. But hey, that's alright. It's a hell of a building. But Cyril, if you walk home faster, then you'll be able to spam in chat sooner, cause you'll be home faster. You see? You dig? Right? Be safe! The little skulls! That's very loud. That felt very loud, at least. It's okay for you guys? Okay. As long as it's okay for you, then I will just turn it down for me. How am I louder than the game? I don't understand. Hold on a second. I know. Okay, look. Listen. I know I'm loud. But it looks like it's peaking in OBS. Which is why I'm confused. But if you say it's fine.
Gods give me strength.
Okay. I'm just concerned at what the tech is showing me. Oh! Everybody dead. Tech is broken. I believe that. Look, the king's dead. Everything is fine. Yay! Tyrant King dead! Oh, what that? I would like to know what this boy is. Look, I know you want to do a murder on this man because he is pretty trash. But also, I think we should probably wait a minute because it sounds like there are monsters outside. Hear me out. Wait to kill this man.
Help me, Gutia.
Get rid of the monsters, and then...
What have you, Arcadian, done to unleash such force?
Akkadian, that's how you say it, okay.
Our king has cursed us all. We thought you were the demons. We were wrong. The king sacked the temple at Nippur. He builds this temple to call for forgiveness. But the gods don't listen.
And now he too is silent.
I mean, it's for the best.
Even my daughter's death couldn't wake me to the truth. I followed the fool into the abyss.
Our relationship went up.
Ours. This is your temple. What can we do?
There is a way out through the catacombs.
Because that won't end badly.
You have no choice.
Arcadian!
I want to see them. I want to see... Show me the babies. I would like to see the babies. Let me see the demons. I just want to see the demons. I want to see the baby. It is probably a little too soon to see them. However, I want to see them. Let me see them. The amount of excitement I get over demons and the like is alarming. I will be the first to admit. But I want to see them. I need to know what the monsters look like.
There is a way out through the stone.
Don't.
It's stinky down here.
For the builders when they're done. Come.
Yeah, these guys definitely not excited to see the monsters. What are you? Oh no, not this again. I hate this mechanic! No, no, no. No more! I'm also a little spooked. It's fine.
Just a rat.
You're right, I could have seen him.
Or nothing. They died in vain for a mad king.
So I'm gonna play this the way I normally would. That wasn't that scary. Game. Just a bug. I wanna try and strive to get everyone to live. However, if we come across some real shitty people, I hold no responsibility for them dying. They're not all gonna die.
By our own actions.
Why did your king raid the temple?
Evil?
Same story that history has taught us.
Is that what I said? Oh
Gold.
my god.
For glory.
Bees?
Bees? Beebles. Oh, these are the... Okay, cool. So there's a mechanic in all of the games for anyone who is new to Dark Pictures. There's this really neat mechanic where you can find pictures or postcards or some different kind of talisman, essentially, that gives you, like, flashes into the future to kind of show you events that might occur. If you've played Until Dawn, it's like the totems. Yeah. I don't necessarily want to say that Until Dawn is part of the Dark Picture Anthology, but I mean, it takes a lot of the same mechanics and the like, right? But yeah, it's essentially like the butterfly effect from Until Dawn, which I think is real cool. But that looked like the girl that we killed coming out of the bad
Help me with
circle there. The death pit? I think she's gonna come out of the death pit. There's our boy!
You first.
We're safe down here.
You first.
That's fair, honestly.
What is this that adorns you?
The history of Gutian. You our Guardians fought hard to destroy our
I do like little monkey skulls.
Mark my words. Our story has just begun. How do we get out of here alive?
Ah! I keep
The enemy of
doing
my
the wrong
enemy.
one.
Is a friend.
We help each other.
There is always
Yeah! Best friends! So despite him telling me to go first, he's still like, I'll go. Cool. Look! Look! It's Pazuzu! Frickin' love demons. Right? We're besties now! Sword buddies! Is it another rat? Sorry. Look at it! That thing is huge. Oh no! Let me see you!
coming!
I know.
It's gonna be like a bat or something! I don't know. I know it's
There's
too
no
early,
shame.
but I still wanna
Our
see!
only hope is to stand together.
No! If we both run,
Then we both die. Ready your sword.
Gotta fight! We're best friends, I can't just leave him! Oh no! mean, guy who was gonna betray is still here. He's fine. Probably. He's got long little teeth! Not xenomorphs. Also, hold on a second. We're gonna go away. We're all gonna go away for a minute.
Won't you spare me over till another year?
You teeter on the edge of an abyss. Your survival depends on the choices you make.
It's our boy!
They be as a compass, guiding you through the unknown. Will you find the path to salvation, or be lost in the darkness forever?
Okay, but we just want to see the cakes,
Let me
buddy.
speak plainly. You're about to make some difficult decisions. Decisions that
so
will affect
excited.
the lives of others. How those decisions play out will become clear.
I'm so excited.
I expect you're wondering who I am.
No, I know who you are.
Where you are.
This is not my first game, buddy!
I am the curator, the custodian of tales. My purpose is to keep a record of everything you do.
He's best
every
boy,
decision
basically.
or
In case you
mistake
wanted to know.
you make. This is my repository.
They're very good. They're very
Filled with
good
untold
games.
Stories about friends and enemies, loyalty and betrayal, life and death. Understand that I am not here to help you. Although I have been known to bend the rules from time to time.
He do got a bird in his library.
To descend into the unknown alone is extremely brave. Or extremely foolish. Perhaps there is more to you than meets the eye.
Just gotta hope the bird doesn't eat the books.
I can give you a few
Excuse me.
words of advice. Throughout the story, you will encounter certain pictures. Pictures which allude to possible outcomes. I suggest you pay attention to their meaning. It could foreshadow
Herb
a
do be
future
shittin'.
best avoided.
Fruity, no!
Sands of time have run out for us. We'll meet again soon to see how you fared. Or failed.
It's by the same people as Until Dawn. You're talking about Until Dawn, which is like one of my all-time favorite games. It's the same folks. good games. Would recommend all of them. Yeah, that one. Oh my gosh, is the audio just being super dumb? Too quiet, too loud, sounding weird? He did sound odd.
Not particularly.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna go over here real fast, okay? Game did just save, right? Get to listen to... Why is it doing that, though? Usually... No, so... No, the clicking is from the game. Well, not the game itself, but for my capture card, and I haven't been able to figure out, like, what settings I need to change to fix that. Excuse me, I'm, like, super snotty today, and it's not great. That is a known issue that I do have. Everyone just ignoring the clicking. We're used to it now. Okay, hold on. I'm plugging everything back in. Give me a second. Please? Please be okay? Yeah, do not perceive the clicking. I have to, like, get real close to the camera just because of where my computer is. And I don't want y'all to just have to stare at my tits the entire time. So I'm gonna move that real quick. Okay, let me see if that helped. Well, I'm sorry. Tits do be aggressive sometimes. Look, I've had a surgery done to try and calm these beasts. But alas, it has not fully tamed them. Yeah, I mean, it did sound weird. Like, he didn't sound like himself. And I don't know. They can't be tamed, it's true. Can I... No, the sound sounds weird in general. What is going on? I just want this to work. Please. Is that better? No, now there's no sound. Hold on, I'm pulling you guys back up. Sorry, I don't even saw your comments, Cyril. Oh no. It's true though, so fun fact. Just over here wondering if I got an Irish accent. Probably not. I'm sorry. Hi, Octo friend. How's it going, buddy? How are you doing? Sorry, we're doing some troubleshooting over here. Because the sound is being awful. I know it's still doing that awful clicking. What the fuck? How do I fix this? yeah, it's miserable. I've learned to ignore it. Hold on just a second. Can I do the little ambiance pops? Oh my goodness, you gotta sleep. Sleep is important. Okay. That just has no audio now. I'm gonna try and see if I can, like, port the audio through something else. So give me just a second. Ah, thank you. Give me a second, I'm reading some shit. Okay, hold on a second. We're gonna... Of course you can post a picture of Willow. Also, Emmy, you're always changing things on your Animal Crossing island. Last time I talked to you about Animal Crossing, you were changing stuff there. Can we... Hold on. Sorry, this is ridiculous. I'm sorry. I don't understand why it's being such an issue. I mean, like, I've had some slight problems with it previously, but nothing like this? Oh, goodness. Okay, hold on. I've, like, lost all my tabs. Okay. Thanks for hanging in there, y'all. I just wish it were not as obnoxious. But it is. So you just get to sit here and watch me while I try and fix this. Yeah, the issue is just trying to, like, make it not be a bottleneck issue. This whole concept of, like, hidden menus, not a fan of that. Cause, like, tells me that I can find the hidden menus by pressing a thing. What is this? Is not fantastic. Did that? No. Whoa, that was terrifying. Game, why have you done this? Do you like that sound? Sorry, I just saw the pictures of Willow. Beautiful. Okay, well, capture card program just shut down on me. Love that. Love it when it does that. How's that? I don't hear any popping anymore. Hold on, I'm gonna go back to the main menu. That sounds more normal. I mean, I can turn it up again. No, it's all the way up. Okay. Here, let's get into the actual game real fast. Yeah, I don't hear any popping right now. So that's exciting. Let's get some actual noise happening. Is it too loud? I genuinely don't know what I changed that, like, fixed this. Maybe fixed this. That looks really loud. But I am gonna talk to see if it's too loud against me, and you guys will tell me if it sounds bad. It's about the same as me? Okay. Then I'm gonna turn it down a little bit. Is that too quiet? It's a bit loud now.
Good trip?
Did we fix it?
Welcome to Camp Slayer. You're early.
Apologies for arriving early, Lieutenant. Things are moving fast.
I hear you,
We
Colonel.
good? We good?
Glad to have you on board.
Perfect!
Techs are ready for your presentation. As soon as we get word from the CEO, we're good to go.
Good!
You should read this.
Can you hear?
Yeah, thank you everyone for, like,
Looks
talking
that
me
way.
through that, letting me know how it sounds. Thank you, Travis, for
Sure.
sending me that link. I'm not gonna be a dick. I don't want to be an
My
asshole.
assistant, Clarice Stokes.
Dr. Clarice Stokes.
Yeah, you fucking tell
Okay.
him! Sorry.
First Lieutenant, cold check.
Okay.
Well, brief you
Thank you, guys. I'm sorry that, like, the first part of the game got all fucky with the sound and everything, but... I'm sorry! I'm sorry. Oh! Oh! Someone's horny.
What's up, Marine? Can't you keep up?
And then they kissed. Defensive, romantic.
Our last time together, Rachel. After what happened at the checkpoint, I thought I was done. These last few weeks, you've lifted me up.
You got a lot of
I
weird
don't know where I'd be without you.
in your eyeball.
Rachel King?
I wish we were getting gay shit.
I'll be there.
Not this time.
Fuck, it's him. It's early.
Your husband, you mean?
Oh!
Don't you think it's about time you came clean?
Oh, we
Put that
cheating.
on, straighten up.
He's not naked.
I mean, Rachel, you gonna tell him about us or what? You and Eric have been.
We can always headcanon some gay. I'm fine with that.
It's gotta be over. Come on.
Baby, I just don't think this is the right time.
Why does she sound so familiar?
Bullshit. There's never a right time.
Soon, Nick. I promise. Soon.
No, you need to tell your husband, like, now. You needed to tell your husband, like, ages ago. If you guys don't have an agreement that your shit's open, you need to tell him that it's done.
Shit.
Ma'am. Look. Look. Hear me out. Right? You need to tell your husband much earlier. If shit wasn't working, you needed to tell him. My goodness.
You'll have to excuse the noise and disorder. We're just getting the base set up.
Smell like dookie if you cheat. Facts.
Blows my
It is a
mind.
fact.
Only a few weeks ago, Saddam was living it up in here. Chowing down on candy bars while some
Scientific
poor
fact.
bastard flipped
It's
his
been
tongue.
proven in a lab.
Nice image.
Also,
Only you can
this
see the
guy.
state of this
I
place
already
now.
hate all these characters.
Smile. Got the CIA, we've got the Army, the Marines, DIA, the Air Force. Everyone's invited. Everyone wants a piece of history. God bless America.
Whoops. Whoops. To be fair, yeah,
See you, old man.
I mean-
Busting out those reps.
you'd assume.
Hey, come join me. Maybe I'll teach you a thing or two.
Later, we have company.
Yeah, maybe Miss here would like to watch me get my swell. You gonna spot me, little lady?
Can see you just fine from here, thanks.
Ignore Corporal Merwin. He lacks social skills.
I guess every unit has its resident jackass.
Isn't that most of them?
Sergeant
Sorry.
Kay, this is Lieutenant Colonel Kane. Just taking him down to the briefing room.
Yeah, gotta go get prepped.
I'll see you in there, Marine. So what's his malfunction?
Nick ain't been himself lately. We got
So yeah,
caught
everything
up
sound
in a
good?
shooting a few weeks back. Civilian ate a bullet. Nick took it hard.
Is he combat ready?
He's a big boy, sir. He's ready.
If I know one thing about the American military, so we don't give a shit
Damn, Joey, they got
about
you
the
sitting
people
behind
in the
the desk?
military,
You want me to
and
make a
they are
Nah, I'm all
probably
good.
they probably
People
need
sit
a
behind desks
shit
and
ton of
pass so many
help
bullets, you know?
that no one is going to provide
This
for
must
them.
be the one and only satellite guy.
The one and only satellite guy. I'm Eric King. Lieutenant Colonel Eric King.
I can turn it up just a little.
Give the colonel full site access.
Also gonna close my window.
Sir.
Oof.
I'm telling you, when the queen bitch finds out about this, she's gonna flip her shit.
Maybe.
That's my wife you're talking about.
I had no idea. I'm sorry.
Nice work, Hotshot.
Not the shades. It didn't though. But it didn't though. Yeah, no, so there is... I can't pull it up at the moment. It's a cutscene.
Sir, I'm so sorry. Rachel never said she was married.
We've been working apart this last year. So, she's the queen bitch now. She's gone up in the world.
If it helps, we like to think of it as a term of endearment.
Because we're sexist pigs. My goodness. Can I pull up my... That's not it. Okay.
Right.
Can I do it now?
I hope the bandwidth can cope with the data.
I'll leave the techie stuff to you.
And I'll leave the heavy lifting to you.
We got a deal, lady.
He is wearing sunglasses inside. Where is... There it is. Yeah, so... You tell him, Zero. Smell like a baka. Eren Yeager. So yeah, anytime there's a choice, it'll pop up with that little compass. It'll kind of give you a general idea of what you can say, but it's not always correct. And then you can keep track of your relationship with folks here, as well as see what traits you have on the right. We're kind of covering up a couple of them. The ones that we're covering are overbearing, considerate, and insecure. It's fine.
Place anyway. Looks like
It's fine. What's
That's
this?
exactly what it is. I guess you're damn lucky to
Same.
get down on the dance floor.
Alright, so...
on his foot, it'd be an instant off with her head.
Oh my god. Subject urgent results needed to the acting CEO Rachel King. Confidential. With the survey group becoming operational today, it's imperative to stress the need for mission success. 1. Our military operation. Excuse me! I was reading that. Annoyed. Oh look! Queen Bitch is here.
Mrs. King.
Eric, this is my team. And if you want to brief them, you clear it with me first.
No! Oh.
I should have warned you I was moving the briefing forward. That's on me.
I mean, sure!
But things escalated, I had to move fast.
I actually want to apologize to her.
I have a duty to my team to stay ahead of the curve.
I understand, Rachel, but CENTCOM has given their orders.
Orders?
I'm now commanding officer.
Oh!
I didn't mean for you to find out like this.
Oh!
Truly. I'm sorry, Rach.
Somehow I doubt that very much.
Okay, you two are miserable. Why haven't you broken up yet?
It confirms that Lieutenant Colonel King has assumed control of this operation.
I'm gonna need access to your network.
I'll patch you through. Name?
Dr. Stokes. You can call me Clarice.
I recognize some of these people from previous games.
Presentation.
You found something?
I just wanted to look around the briefing room, and the game said no. Annoyed.
What the fuck is that? Modern art or something?
This is footage from the highly classified Kalis program.
That's supposed to mean something to me.
I fucking hate these
satellite
people.
system that I personally pioneered.
I hate these characters.
Well, I'm impressed. Please, pioneer away.
You behave like this in all your briefings, Corporal?
Boys are just eager to catch a break, sir.
Fucking hate war nerds. Honestly.
Very well. Satellite sweeps of the war zone have uncovered what appears to be an underground storage facility.
You're a step away from cops, and I don't dig
but I
it.
strongly suspect it's where Saddam's chemical weapons are hidden.
Oh no, oh
God,
no.
you son of a bitch.
CENTCOM has given the green light to raid the facility and seize any weapons on site. Hostilities may be over, but there are holdout groups of Republican Guard all over the country. They could deploy those weapons at any time, so we need to move fast. The Army is giving us a ride out there on their helos.
Stinky Cheaty Warner.
On arrival, Lieutenant Kolchak will lead the raid on the facility.
Gross.
Once it's secured, we'll carry out a full weapons inspection.
Okay.
Now listen up. There's been a change of leadership, but Rachel's operational expertise and local knowledge is just as valuable as ever. She'll be flying with us, and I want you all to show her the same respect. Any questions?
Yeah, can I leave?
What the fuck we waiting for? Ready.
I don't want to be an
Territory out
army
there,
anymore.
Colonel. Make no mistake, those people are feral. I take it we're getting their support.
Nah.
I love your casual
Birds
racism.
can bring them down on us. We move fast in, fast out.
Yeah, that's pretty much what your mom
It's a joke. I don't
Hey,
love
careful,
it.
boy. If I didn't pull out so fast, it could have been your papi.
All right, that's enough, Merwin. What's your call?
We keep this thing small.
Yeah,
If it goes south, I'll pull the plug and we can bug out.
kinda.
With all due respect, I think that's the wrong call.
With all due respect, Lieutenant Kolchak, it's not your decision to make.
My desire to try and make everyone live.
This feel right to you?
Merwin has a point. We spin up too many helos, we'll increase our chance of being spotted.
Wow, everyone hated that.
Any concerns, see me after the briefing. We go dark until weapons are secured.
Jesus.
If we don't break radio silence within 24 hours, CENTCOM will mount a rescue operation.
A lot of shit can go down in 24 hours.
I'll quit being a bitch.
I'm just saying, that's all.
This is why we went to war.
No, we went to war for oil. Actually,
Make no
Eric,
mistake,
let me
ladies and
correct
gentlemen.
you.
This is
This
how
is
we
gonna
stop
this
Saddam
is gonna
from
be a
using these
fucking
weapons.
mess.
Be ready in 1 hour. Dismissed.
Oh boy.
Let me stop the equipment.
I'm on it.
That's it. Get on the fridge.
No, man. Just don't feel right.
This
getting
mission is
chemo
a
down back
fucking nightmare.
Oh, sweetie. Look, good rub down will sort that right out, huh?
I'm
Oh my
serious.
God.
I've got a real bad feeling about this.
That's what you get from spending too much time with Eric.
Is there anything you can do?
I'm gonna
I
download
liked-
the latest satellite data.
I liked the military boys and Man of
You can have
Medan
some
better.
fun with him. Thank you, Clarice. Eric, we need to talk. There's something I have to tell you.
Oh, are you actually gonna do it?
It wasn't my decision to take over your operation. Rach.
Oh, I thought this was her. Never
Everything
mind.
I've worked on these past years. It's ready. This is the big break we've been waiting for.
This isn't about us, Eric.
I just want things to go back to the way they were.
That's not gonna
How we
happen.
left it, things weren't so great between us.
We've been through worse. A lot worse.
I hate this.
Nothing has changed, Eric. You know that. You and I, there is no you and I. It's over.
Please, Rach. Don't say that. You're not wearing your wedding ring.
Yeah, I mean, she did just tell you it's over,
careful with
and
that.
you're. Oh no.
shit,
Oh
sorry.
no.
What you got in that box of tricks anyway?
Oh no. Yeah, right. She said no.
Ultraviolet light. We use it to sweep for explosives.
Let me have a go.
No.
I'd believe it.
How much longer for that download, Clarice? I need it ASAP.
Is 5 minutes ASAP enough for you?
Eric's eyes are
Downloading
broken.
data now.
Good. We'll put the
Glasses
satellite
also have
maps.
to pay.
Not the greatest bandwidth.
We work with what we have.
Can you sign this
There's so much
1348?
happening right now.
Equipment release form. Can you...
Oh, sure.
Those are my
Check all equipment,
toys.
Then check it again.
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, on it, but really though, that was her breaking up with you, my dude. Oh, this is gonna be just so painful. cool. Good luck. Good luck. Oof. Okay, can I, like, look at this now? Where were we? Our military operations need a clear and compelling end state. U.S. forces have been engaged to end the threat to the international community from Iraqi WMD. Until we prove that threat, we cannot rightfully justify the invasion under international law. 2. With the cessation of hostilities, the risk of the regime destroying evidence of WMD is heightened. Survey group needs to move quickly to identify and exploit WMD sites and personnel. 3. Our allies in the international community need reassurance that our intelligence services are sound. We look forward to your reports. Signature Simon Fuller, SG Operations Head, Director of Human Intelligence, DIA. Confidential and personal. Look, as much as we hate it, that is pretty much what happened. What do you think she meant by it's over? I can't tell what this is. You're holding the entire thing.
Is this what I think it is?
Oh.
WP, sir.
White phosphorus?
It's just for popping smoke. That's all.
Disapproving. I'm gonna make everyone hate this man.
These are unauthorized. If we break weapons conventions, then we're just as bad as Saddam.
Facts,
I won't allow them on this mission.
Facts, though.
This is bullshit. We need all the help we can get.
Sergeant K, there seems to be some confusion. That was an order, not a talking point.
Loud and clear, Colonel.
Again, we didn't go to Iraq or Afghanistan for WMDs and all that shit. We went for oil. And then tacked on this whole weapons issue, spreading democracy bullshit as a means of trying to cover our asses. And we did a shit job of it. Anywho.
What the hell do we need this crap for? We need to be mobile.
We need to be prepared. The facility is.
But yeah, I'm gonna make everybody hate Eric. I'm gonna make everybody hate everybody. It's gonna be great.
You want me to feel safe? You give me some more shooters.
I will do nothing for you. Provocative. You afraid of heights?
Tell me, Corporal, are you afraid of heights?
Please. I'm force recon. I've trained in high altitude, low opening parachute jumps. Hostile conditions that would make most men wake up screaming for their mama.
You didn't answer the question, though.
I hope you're more than just mouth, Marine.
Climbing gear. Fucking pencil pusher.
It's gonna be great. Everyone's gonna hate us. It's gonna be great. Oh no, I'm scared to look. American overseas. Mission accomplished. Manny Sherman executed. Killer uncooperative during final hours. Let's just put that down. Let's just put that down and leave. I kind of like the fact that they're trying to, like, tie it in to vaguely real events, but also they could have chosen something better.
You think we'll bag Chemical Ali at this facility?
If he's in the vicinity, we'll get him.
That almost makes it worth the risk.
Almost?
Well, you know, I'd still rather be sitting behind a desk. Sir, I've heard some fucked up stories about the border. You sure you don't want air support? There's a chance we'll need them.
We have the element of surprise on our side. I will not allow anything to jeopardize that.
Oh, sorry. Is that what the choice earlier was? I wasn't listening.
I've made my decision.
Oopsies!
You feeling lucky, Lance Corporal?
We've doomed everyone. Everyone's
My parents
doomed.
owned a horse named Lucky. He ran away.
Bet the farm on this. I have a good feeling we're gonna clear up.
Oopsies. I'm
I
not a military strategist. I don't know what I'm doing here. I feel like Buster in Arrested Development. I don't want to go to Army! I've read this. I have read this. Is there anything else to look at? There's this.
Download's complete.
Loose a seal!
The helos.
I'll watch it! I've watched you play Age of Empires. You know what's up.
What?
What?
Air support or no air support?
I can tell by that look on your face.
What do you think of him?
I take it you're talking about the skipper?
These 80 elephants.
He's a nice guy. Around here.
There we
cut
go.
it.
If Freddy doesn't know what air support is, then we don't need it.
Like he's got something else on his mind.
Give the men's guns. They got guns. We got guns. We are good on guns. Oh goodness. He's stubborn and courageous. He's also got a present. I bet it's a bomb. Oh dang. I don't know that I have enough arrows for the guns.
Then?
I'm concerned for this man. I'm concerned for this man. Also, I would love to watch Emmy and Fruity play Age of Empires together. Please and thank you. Oh. Is that sister or mother? My assumption is mother. So stompy. My goodness. What is this? Highgate University Shield. Mr. Zane Othman. March 3rd, 2003. Dear Zane, the board has approved your application for admission to Highgate University to read mythology in academic year 2003 to 2014, which commences on September 2nd, 2003. This offer is conditional upon your agreement to fulfill the following requirements, failing which the university will deregister you from the course of study offered. A, completion of your college studies, the projected AAB standard of grades, obtaining a student's visa from the UK Home Office. We understand that current world events may create complications for your visa application and relocation to the United Kingdom. I assure you that the faculty will assist in and support your visa application in every way. For over 120 years, Highgate University has helped talented young individuals from all walks of life achieve personal success, allowing them to thrive in the educational and professional world. We look forward to embarking on your own journey to success. Sincerely, Andrew McAllister, Director of Admissions. Let's accept you into this university so we can gouge you for money. It's gonna be great. Don't even worry about it. Happy birthday, Zane, my boy is becoming a man. Love always, Dad. Cute. Okay, what? Ooh. This is a bathroom. There is nothing in here. Son? Hello?
Zane?
Hello? Oops, wrong house. We just walk in, there's a little old lady sitting here. My bad. Oh, I did it bad. I don't think this is where I'm supposed to be.
Oh, Rabbi Zane, Tanny.
Is your boy stealing stuff? Yeah, you just smash that phone.
الو انا سليم سليم جاركم ابو زين
طبعا رجعت
ايوه رجعت هو زين مع هو زين مع ابنك
طارق
ايوه طارق هما مع بعض
راحوا ياخدوا الاتوبيس بقالهم ساعه كله بخير
I don't need to tell her that they're stolen goods.
كله تمام اصله كان عيد ميلاده وانا جبت له هديه
دي نية كويسة
لما يرجع ابعتهولي حالا
ما اقدرش اقول امتى هيجوا انت عارف الولاد
اي وقت ابعتهولي لو سمحتي
طبعا
Yikes. I didn't get to finish exploring everywhere, but... What is happening?
كابتن بصري اهلا.
يا ملاز لازم نتحرك على طول.
انت بتقول ايه سعادتك؟
العدو جاي يا سليم. العدو جاي علينا دلوقتي.
العدو؟ إيه يا فندم الحرب خلصت خلاص وخسرنا.
لا ده كلام فارغ، محدش اتسلم. العدو جاي ودي ارضنا واحنا لازم نتعرب ليها.
Oh, your eyebrows are facing through your hat, sir.
بالتأكيد. يلا. شوف جايين علينا. بقول لك احنا محتاجين كل راجل في مكانه.
Also, it's very hard to read this.
ما اقدرش اعمل ده.
White text on a very bright background.
ده امر يا جندي مش طلب.
Their attack eyebrows, oh god.
فهمت.
Oh no.
هرجع البيت قريب.
Will you though? I'm gonna get Salim killed and it's gonna be extremely upsetting. Setting eyebrows to attack mode.
This is Mailman 2-1 actual. We're on approach and ready to go dark. Over.
Oh.
Copy, Mailman 2-1
Oh
actual.
boy.
You're on your own. Good luck and Godspeed.
Roger that. Tango Mike. Over.
We'll see you on the other side. On call signs, silence, silence, silence. Coyote 2 out.
Piotrek is just in space now. We all determined that he's in space and he's fine and happy.
What's your mama and the Bermuda Triangle have in common?
Oh no.
Why are you fucking it like?
They both swallow Marines.
Yeah, that's pretty good,
Oh,
boy. Your mama's so nasty.
Yeah, I mean, we can't send him postcards.
Now I got a fucking ear infection.
Sir.
Well, damn. How long you been sitting on that one?
Oh yeah, you like that? I got
I
shit ton
don't.
more of those bad boys lined up.
Yeah, that's what your mama said.
You two want to cut the bullshit and focus on the mission?
For real, though.
Hey, only one place I let a woman boss me around like that, all right?
Kick him out of the fucking helicopter right now.
I'm surprised your mom lets women into your bedroom. Don't want her getting jealous now.
Damn, Rachel.
Hey, the fuck y'all laughing at?
You're a fucking tool.
Sergeant K,
My
you need to
God.
establish contact with the AWAC CP on 4-hour interval.
My God.
Sergeant K, are you with me?
Yeah, I got it. Contact CP every 4 hours.
Yeah, I don't like any of them either.
Yeah, I'm straight.
What's going on in there?
Just some shit I gotta work through, man. It's all good. I'm chill.
We'll go supportive.
Got your back, Nikki.
I do like Nick.
I know it.
But that's because we haven't spent enough time with him to say anything that's just miserable.
Semper Fi.
Semper Fi.
Ugh.
Semper Fi? What's that, some kind of Boy Scout thing?
It's a Marine thing. It means always loyal.
So what, it's supposed to be lucky?
Marines have a boatload of
I
superstition.
also don't like war nerds.
Hit me with one.
Alright, check it out. They say to never look back when you're disembarking the helo. Otherwise you curse the whole team.
That's gotta be about the stupidest thing I have ever heard.
I do like Clarice so far.
Well, maybe.
Clarice and Nick are the only characters that I kind of give a shit about.
Eyes forward
I'm
at all
concerned
times.
about Salim.
You look backwards in a war
Literally
zone.
everyone else
No
can go
wonder
die,
you
though.
Get your ass shot off.
Good to go, Marines. It's what we were sent here to do, and may God be my witness. We're gonna succeed.
Amen to that, brother.
Hoorah! Hoorah!
Oh my god. I just want to see the demons again. That's all. Just let the monster be here. I want to see a little teethy boy. Same.
Captain.
I did notice. I was looking during the opening song.
يعني صحن الخنازير بيطيروا.
But the skulls on the front of the game covers all look the same except for the one for this one, which does have longer teeth. Just an interesting thing that I wanted to confirm. I had kind of like registered it earlier, but didn't really like fully acknowledge it.
Hey, Joey.
But confirmed. Alright. War nerds are here. Let's go get them all killed. Let's go get our murder on. Who's this person?
الأمريكان العساكر الأمريكان جم. Sir, we've been made. Awaiting orders. Fan out and hold fire. We're gonna psyops this shit.
Oh goodness.
احنا الامريكان. احنا الجيش الامريكاني.
Down! On your face now!
I like how we had the option to like blow up the building right away. Which no, we're not doing that. Please.
Clear!
There's a tractor. I bet we could get parts for Peanut's truck in there.
Roger. Get Corporal Merwin to pop yellow smoke at the LC and bring in the Colonel.
Oh goodness. Why are they so wiggly?
This raid's a bust. These people are not the enemy, they're just shepherds.
Looks like your intelligence was garbo.
Lieutenant Kolchak, sit rep if you will.
No shots fired, sir. No casualties. Farm is secure and we're processing captives.
Captives?
Have you located an entrance to the underground silo?
Negative, sir. If there is one, it's well camouflaged.
If there is one. What does that
Right,
mean,
your
Lieutenant?
intelligence was actually dumb.
Colonel, I don't think these men are hostile.
I'm
starting think
going
they're
to
just
get everyone killed. It's been
Are you
decided.
sure? Couldn't it be a cover?
You may be right. If these are civilians, Lieutenant Kolchak made the right call to not go in guns blazing.
That went smoothly.
You think?
Got the place locked down tighter than a virgin's.
Do not finish that sentence, Corporal. Are they ready for questioning?
Yeah.
Check the
don't
sheep
ask
for
me any tough
missiles.
physics questions.
Let's go.
The sheep are the missiles?
Stay sharp.
They're
Anyone
actually
so
just
much as
missiles
raising
like
that
wrapped up in like a wool sweater. Not even like
I don't know about you guys, but something doesn't feel
not
right
even
about
like
this
a
place.
sheep costume.
So is that this women's intuition I keep
Someone
hearing about?
beat this man's
Yeah, you wanna
face
find
in.
out what happens when you piss it off?
Yeah, you fucking tell him.
Stay still. I'm just gonna pat you down.
Right? He is the worst. I don't like any of them, but of all of them, I hope he dies first. I need him gone. I need his terrible comments to go away.
السلام عليكم يا أخي. لازم أسأل السؤال ولازم تقول الحقيقة. فين مدخل مخزن السلاح؟
Foreboding.
I'll make him talk.
Stand by. I've got this.
Do you?
هسألك مرة تانية. فين مكان المخزن؟
Also, your glasses are going through your head.
The hell is that?
Some kind of effigy. Possibly pagan.
إيه ده؟
هتعرفوا قريب.
They're not, though. They're up against my head. They're not in my head, though. I'm not gonna be enraged. I also wouldn't have touched it, though.
أنتوا كام هنا؟
Got some Blair Witch shit here. Oh no! We have summoned the demons! It's fine. It's fine.
I've had enough of this. Corporal, keep an eye on the captives.
Yeah, we fucked
Right,
up.
Marie.
It's fine. Whoops! It's fine. Who keeps whistling? Where am I going? Oh my god.
Tell me where the silo is.
Uh-oh.
This man was armed, ma'am.
Everyone in this country is armed.
Not the sheep. You want to get the oil, but there are demons. That's your motivation. Beautiful. Beautiful. Oh! I'm gonna do it. We really just gotta lean into the fact that these people are shit,
Stand
right?
down, Lieutenant.
It's the only language these people understand.
I've got this under control.
I don't agree with these
Are there any
tactics.
more captives?
I
Yeah.
do need to say,
Any
I
other
don't
but-
like any of them. I don't like
me.
what they're doing.
أنا راجع حاليا وبعدين هتتكلم.
Keep a firm eye on this one.
I'm gonna be very happy when the demons find them and just rip them to shreds. Like, at least with the other games, even the characters that I wasn't, like, a huge fan of, I didn't feel great about them dying, except maybe, like, one or two of them, but that was different. This one, I'm just like, nah, let's fucking go. It's time for everyone to get got.
I want you Marines to search the whole farm. I mean every inch of it. Look under every bed, shed, and outhouse. The entrance to the
Well, I'll have a party when they die,
Go find
and it's gonna be fantastic. Okay. Hi.
There's shit here.
You got something to say, Sergeant?
Yeah, we'll party down with the demons. It's gonna
What do
be
you
great.
see?
It's gonna be
Jack
great.
shit. There was a silo. Where's all the tracks? Nah. Man, this is a fishing expedition. His precious Kalis has got it all wrong.
We follow orders, Sergeant. The search is far from over.
Dude, you were also doubting this, though. But... seriously, who the fuck is whistling? I feel like it's a potentially ominous sign. Like, we hear the whistling, but no one's actually whistling. You know? It's one of those situations. Is there anything I can look at in here? I don't like how slow the camera is, my god. Please.
أنا بشخص الحكومة الأمريكية. أنت في موقف صعب جدا. مهم إنك تقول الحقيقة. فين مدخل المخزن؟
Oh! Oh! You fucked up, buddy!
That's heroin.
Just
Party!
These people are nothing but common crooks. What the fuck was Eric thinking?
I want this place turned inside out.
Look for more heroin! Ooh!
Fuck! I'm hit!
I want you to hit someone. Yes, yes, please.
Motherfuckers!
Oh!
Shit! Fucking fuck!
Get out of there, Clarice! Oh. Okay, but what if I let them all— no!
Get down!
I gotta get them to survive at least until the demons show up,
They're up on the
right?
ridge. Return fire! Go!
Fuck. Oh no! Oh no! No! I did it bad. I think. I don't know what was happening.
No! Fuck!
I tried to hit the button and it wouldn't go!
That was fucking close. Whoa! Fucking rush, huh?
Rachel! Where are you?
She's fine.
Back! Stay back!
Attrape-moi! Attrape-moi! Attrape-moi!
Would have been great how we had that full air support that I turned down. It's fine.
Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck, you're
Oh,
building
no.
like ticks.
We're closing in. We gotta get to Joey.
Oh no.
Yeah, fuck you too!
WP grenades would be real useful right now. Daddy said we had to leave them at home, right?
Orders are orders, Marine. That ain't an option we got anymore.
Oh, bullshit!
These guys are bad and they can't upgrade properly. I'm sorry.
I'm gonna flank him. Give me some cover and get Joey out of there.
This seems like a bad. This is bad. This is not great. What are you doing? I'm not prepared. What are you doing? Man did a sick flip. Jesus! Sorry, that was a pretty alright move. That was pretty tight.
I'm fucking dying, Nick.
Bullshit. I know you're hurting, but you're not fucking dying. Well, still, calm down. It's flesh when it's a paper.
It's true, they don't have that. They don't have that technology.
Hold still.
No, this man is dying. He's dead.
Fire.
Oh. Nick is the kid that's alive. I don't remember what his name was. I did kind of like him though. He was alright. I could have done without his other shitty jokes and egging on the other two, but I mean, he just wanted to sit behind his desk. That's all. That's all.
All call signs. This is dropkick. Silence lifted. Can someone give me a sit rep on the contact?
I'm
Over.
sorry, your call sign is drop
Under
kick?
fire and going down! Targets have advanced into the LZ!
Alright, I kind of like Nameless Kid. He was alright.
This getting worse.
Oh. We got earthquakes.
Get down on the floor, I swear I'll put a fucking
He's
hole
not gonna
through
fucking
you.
hurt you, dude. He just wants to sell his drugs. I'm not shooting him. I refuse. No. We're gonna look away. I do want to see where he's going, but I'm not gonna fucking shoot him.
Fuck. Doesn't anyone speak English anymore?
I need this man to die.
You better not miss.
I know I don't ever say that, but I just like... Shepherd Man wasn't doing anything, he just wanted to sell his drugs, okay? Oh. Also, Celine is here! I do like Celine. I want Celine to be okay, but I'm afraid that I'm gonna get him killed because I'm trying to kill everyone else. Hello?
Rachel! Rachel!
Oh shit! Stop giving a shit about Rachel! She's a grown-ass woman, she'll take care of herself. Oh! Got gobbled up. Statue said, nom! Fucking hell. Alright. Well, that was a thing. Hey, game. Okay. Oh, the way you were falling, you were gonna shatter your fucking femur, my guy.
Shit.
Guess he didn't, but he could've. He was about to.
Merwin! Jason!
Oh no. Jason! Jason? Jason! 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 Wow, what a game.
Jason!
Oh no! Jason!
I'm close, man.
Jason! Jason! Oh!
You gotta be fucking.
Ah, it's the boy! Stretcher Bearer! All these good yelling names. Love it. Here for it. I do kind of like the, like, as above, so below vibes. You got some, like, The Descent in here. Clicky boy. I love them! I love them? I love them. Thank you for the bubble, Travis.
Fuck is this place?
History is what it is. Don't fall. Oh?
That you, Nick?
Jason!
Well, ain't that something? Where on God's green earth are we
Fair
living?
enough. Fair enough.
We need to get back
counter
topside,
argument.
regroup with the rest of the squad.
It is
and
the U.S.
signal for
military.
medevac. This
Therefore,
ain't no weapon silo, but it's sure as fuck crawling.
everything they do is deliberately bad.
Nick? Sergeant K, pull yourself together. Eyes wide.
Now let's tell him we saw a thing.
I saw something.
What do you mean, something?
I mean, I did turn down.
I mean, it was.
I did turn down the air support.
in a tunnel.
So.
Should have never gotten up that helo.
I fucking knew it. I knew you weren't ready for this.
I swear to God.
Do not get God involved in this bullshit. Now, I don't want to hear.
I mean,
another
they don't
fucking
deserve
word.
it,
You put
100%.
yourself
But
together
again,
right fucking
deliberately
now before
bad.
you get us both killed.
You gotta believe me.
No, you believe this, Sergeant. You didn't see shit.
I'm gonna get intense.
You need
Fuck
to get
this
out of here
man.
right now.
Fuck Jason. Of course his name would be
Never seen
Jason.
anything like this. What the hell is this place?
A temple.
Pass.
A
Flunk
temple.
history at school.
It was a demon, not shit facts. That is correct. Is there anything over here? I just want to play until dawn now.
You don't feel it.
What, Nick? Feel what exactly?
I don't know, something.
I feel shit.
What that?
You sure about that?
What that? Give me that premonition. I'm sorry, can I see that one again? That's someone getting smushed! Just straight up squashed. I'm very excited to see somebody get their head smashed in. He imploded. He went what? You know, like I said, it's not often in these. I mean, there's definitely like a character or two that I'm just like,
give me your hand.
I can deal with them dying. That's fine.
Just give Jim again.
But I don't think I've like come across any of the games yet thus far where I'm just like, I need all of them to die, but I need all of them to die. Oh!
Jesus, I'm trying. Please don't.
Holy shit!
It's bad. He's bleeding out. We have to cut him down right now.
Hold tight, buddy. We got you. Nick, I need you here.
Stop moving. I know it's hard, but you need to stop wiggling. Jesus, fuck. Ow!
He's so fucked.
You don't think I can hear you?
Oh, it's just Merwin.
Check it out. There's morphine in my pack. Grab it.
It's fine.
We're gonna pump you up, okay?
No, it's fine. He's fine. He'll be fine.
Hurry the hell up!
No, he's fine. Guys, don't waste the morphine on him.
For what? Jesus, who the hell loaded these packs?
Whoa! I liked her. Okay.
Maurice?
No, she dead. Is there gonna be a chest burster? I need there to be a chest burster. Please and thank you.
I don't know what I'm trying to find out. Let's move!
Oh my god, Jason, it's almost like someone told you that this was an issue. That's a shit ton of blood. This man is dead. You leave him.
He's bleeding out. You gotta take care of this.
Nah, you leave him there. You fucking, he is bait now.
Shit. You want the good version or the bad version? Just give it to me straight. Not gonna lie, man. It's pretty fucking bad.
Who's out there? He's running down on us.
Still. Get the damn morphine in him. Shut up. Hold it the fuck in.
We're just killing him. We're just... We are suffocating him. And that's fine.
Oh, man, you're fucking killing him.
I will not. You don't stab that in the knee. By the way.
Nick, you're killing him.
I'm going to kill him. I'm going to kill him. It's gonna be great.
Can't find a pulse. Can't find a fucking pulse.
Yeah, it's because I killed him, Jason.
He's gone, Nick. Merwin's dead.
It's fine. Right? Oh no! What a shame! What a sad situation. Oh, rip in pieces, Merwin. Game, you cannot guilt me into feeling bad about this. I chose to kill him. Look. Did I not say? I'm gonna pause real quick. I do need to use the restroom. It's pee time. He moved! He's fine! He's fine. He's alive. He's fine. No. It's pee time. I'll be right back in just a minute. So get a snack or do whatever. We're gonna do a few more murders on some war nerds. And it's gonna be great. I am back. I'm gonna take a second, because I need some more water. But I need to make some more water. And by make, I mean flavor some. It's fine. Don't even worry about it. Yeah, it's big juice time. It's time for some big juice. I say as I eat the water flavoring onto Farley. The poor sweet boy. I'm excited to do some more murder, though. One second. Ouch. Gotta deposit the big water into the other big container. It's fine. It's fine. I'm trying to hold out and maybe and hope that this particular installment is a little better, gets better, but I'm not holding my breath. War nerds, you know? Water. Bottle, you're too big and I can't see into you? You're full. Okay. At the very least, it will be fun to watch everyone die. And sometimes that's all you need. Is to just watch everyone die a little bit. Alright. Water God. Trash not thrown away, but that's okay. Let's tell Spotify to hit the road. And let's continue. Juice. Salim! I do hope Salim is okay. He seems like an alright dude.
أنا الملازم سليم عثمان لكل الجنود. أنتوا فين؟ حول. أنت فين؟ هو البتاع ده ماشي؟ كابتن دار. قادر تسمعني؟ عد الرسالة حول. كابتن. زفت.
This is where we live now, buddy. Call your son, let him know you're moving.
إذا قادر تسمعني أنا مش عارف في كهف بحاول أخرج حول.
Oh! Mistakes.
كان عندي مشاريع النهارده استحمى اسمع موسيقى احتفل عيد ميلاد ابني بس لا دق على باب انا لا لما كان جايين بص احنا فين دلوقتي والله ما انا عارف انا فين
في حد موجود هنا؟
في حد هناك؟
Hello?
سامعني؟ باين عليه مخبأ عسكري.
I appreciate the fact that they have him speaking Arabic the entire time. However, it is hard to pay attention to where I'm walking and read the subtitles at the same time. I know he's just like chatting away to himself, but I would like to know what he's saying. I am kind of invested in Salim here. Oh? That's a dead person. Was this nameless kid? It's not. Just rando soldier. Look at those footprints, though. More premonitions. What other bad deaths might we see? Are these vampires? Are they demon vampires? Oh. I also noticed that... Not cottage cheese vampires. What is this angle? Bow's gone. Gun's gone. No more weapon. There goes our flashlight. I don't want to follow the blood trail. Like, that seems like a bad idea. Anyway, I noticed, like, anytime we change characters, we're getting, like, a depth counter as well. Which is mildly concerning. Do I leave footprints? Oh. Sads. He was out of arrows. But I had the light. I'm so sorry, Travis. We do have a flare. Salim. Oh, this isn't great. This isn't great. I can't go there. Trolls are obnoxious, honestly.
Hello?
Hello? Had to see what was down the hallway. Make sure no monster was there. Look at those scratches. Look at those scratches. Well, damn. Hold on. That continues on, but I want to know what's down here. Oh, it's just a dead end. Walnut is a good insult. Agreed. I can hear that clicking. It also just kind of makes me want to play The Last of Us. Clickers are terrifying. Oh my god. Salim, you need to not be here anymore, baby. We gotta go. Shut. Always close the door. Always close the door behind you! I didn't expect him to stay there. Look at that boy! Oh, they look cool. 100% vampire, though. Man bat. I'm down with this, man bat. Okay, they gotta patch this because it does keep freezing up on us. Man bat got smushed. Salim. Hey, bud. Now's not the time to keep laughing about this situation. I think you need to go. Oh, no. They have the tendency to do that in these games, honestly. Oh, we're 62 feet down. Oh
This damn
no.
place is about to come down.
We're stuck with our wife.
Where the hell are the Marines?
I don't know. It happened so fast, the ground just swallowed me up. Did you see Sergeant K? Kolchak?
Last I saw, they were together.
I tried. Something's interfering with
He
the
did
signal.
lose his glasses. Oh dang, you're right.
That could be another way out.
Now we can't hide behind them. Now, let's go clinical.
It's our only option. Let's move. Now.
Here's the real kicker.
When did you become so
He was
bossy?
never cool.
It's my job to take control.
Carabiners, quick draws, rope, light. Shit.
Carabiner.
Okay.
Carabiner.
All good.
Let's do it.
Oh no. It's not fair to Dennis. Dennis is so much cooler than this dude.
Well, that's a steep drop to nowhere.
We've got rope.
Dennis doesn't deserve that disrespect.
Hey, look. There's an airflow.
I say we climb.
I don't know that would necessarily
start
work in this
smoking.
situation.
Excuse me?
The lighter.
With the
It's
big
nothing.
gaping hole just behind
the man
them.
picked up back at base.
It's not her lighter.
Are you ready?
Are you?
Oh my god, I hate them so much. Just jump. Disregard the ropes, just jump.
This place doesn't look much like a weapons silo to me.
Ah, we'll go confused.
If there's nothing down here, then why were we attacked?
There's a war on. People tend to shoot each other.
I'll avoid being wholly antagonistic. Can I just shoot? I can't. That's
I guess we could
unfortunate.
classify this as quality time.
Oh my god.
You and I always did have a different view on quality time.
Eric, she broke up with you.
Doesn't this remind you of old times, Rach?
Oh
You mean the sense of feeling lost?
my god. Are you coming this way? I don't want to continue on this way because it looked like that's where she wanted to go. That's 100% the way they want me to go. So I'm gonna go this way to look for shit. I almost missed a premonition. Always split the party. I did tell them to jump. It looked like whoever was with her got impaled. Hopefully it was Eric? This man? Not Cool Face? Also, I fucking love splitting the party. We know this. Fact about Acacia. Love splitting the party. What was that? Anti-Cool Face. Precisely. Okay, I've gotten nothing from this.
Looks old.
Old? It's ancient. Or that's cuneiform. Sumerian, maybe? What is this place?
Hell.
You're quite the expert on history. Didn't realize.
Maybe you don't know me as well as you think.
By the way, you need to tell him that you're cheating. Now would be a great time for that. You know, since you just wanted to hold off on it anyway. Just tell him now. It's fine. Why are you even married in the first place? Is there anything up there? No. Why are we walking down these stairs so dumb? Doesn't look like I'm working. What is this place? It's a place. Sarah, hello, welcome. Hi, readers.
Floor
Welcome,
seems
welcome,
stable.
welcome.
Yeah, it looks fine.
You can't even see it, you idiot! Thank you, Amy, for getting that shout out there. Okay, I'm gonna pause before we kill everyone. Hello and welcome, readers. How's everyone doing? How are things going? You were doing more front mission today? Nice. We are very much having a mixed time over here. It started out pretty neat, then got rough, and so now we're just trying to do a murder on all the war nerds. But hello, welcome. How's it going? How was, did you have a good time with stream? How was it? How were things? I should continue to pause before I do a murder on everyone. It's true. We did get to suffocate a man. Just because. And we did it, and we did a murder, and it was great. It's fantastic. But yes, anyone who's joined the chat, I saw that we posted it not too terribly long ago. Blown Apart pulled it up, but if you need them, we do offer content warnings for all of the games. There aren't a ton for this one because it just came out, so there's no Does the Dog Die page for it. And what was listed on the store page was very brief. It's basically just scenes of violence and bad language, which does not help very much. But yeah, we're playing a game called Dark Picture Anthology. Which one is this? House of Ashes. We are in Iraq, and things are bad, and it's not great. We're doing some bad military shit, and now we're in a hole with a bunch of demons. It's great. Yeah, lots of gore and war actions, and a lot of people just being shitty. But yeah, if you need to, get up, go stretch, get some food, get some water, take care of yourself. I plan on playing this all the way through to the end, but we'll see how far we get and how much I can stand in a single sitting today. But that is the general plan, so go take care of yourselves. Thank you again, Sarah, for the raid as well as the lurk, and it's gonna be great. Hi, Willis. How are you doing? Right, yeah, content warning, dude bro saying, "Oorah!" It's not great. I'm just ready to do a murder. Can I let him fall? I think I saw them have ropes, though, so I guess this is not us falling and dying yet. This is just extremely unfortunate because, like, the last two installments for the Dark Pictures have been great. They were really good, and this one's just
Got a certain cool under pressure.
rough. But it might turn around.
Hard to say.
But we'll see.
These carvings look religious.
But yeah, hi Willis, how's it going? Hey, look, it's Pazuzu! It's our boy Pazuzu!
It's Pazuzu.
Yeah.
Pazu who?
Oh my
Pazuzu.
god.
Do you not watch horror movies?
You should know the answer to that.
It's a Sumerian demon. Something to do with plagues, I think.
Plagues and demons.
Nice! Pixel art is
Great.
awesome. I hope it's going well. What is this? Can I look at this? Or is this continuous on? I can examine it. Right? Why were they even married? Who knows? Listen. There be demons down there.
What is it?
You didn't hear that?
I didn't hear anything.
They were both war nerds. That's all they needed to know. Not the same sunglasses.
This place is still something special.
Not the glasses. Oh.
That's gunfire.
Where's it coming from?
We should move.
Where's it coming from?
Anything else?
A gun? Thank you, David. Also, not the War Nerd sunglass store.
That looks safe to you?
It's our only option.
Is this us falling and dying? Can I kill Eric now? I would very much like to kill Eric now. We are 144 feet deep now. Let's go. I don't think this is us falling and dying yet. And that's extremely unfortunate. Okay. Listen. You're right.
We're not the first ones here.
You're correct that is what has happened.
All this crap must be what Kayla's detected.
But we're gonna call him out.
How could you have gotten it so wrong? You look around you. You went through all this shit for what? Like a few barrels and crates?
I'll learn from this. I'll go back and work twice as hard to rewrite the program. Kalis will be stronger than ever.
Can't rewrite the
You don't think we
program
can do
if you're dead.
You don't believe in me?
Oof! We're
done
going
enough
super
damage
petty.
already.
What do you want me to do? Just walk away from it?
Yes.
Give up?
Wouldn't be the
Yes.
first time.
Oof! Sorry.
The hell is that?
Subsidence? From the aftershocks?
I was basing my assertions earlier on our experiences from the previous games. In that the
Looks like
characters started out not too great and then progressively got better.
Studying this ruin.
And this is just not
We
that.
can use those lamps.
All these characters are awful and I
got
don't
the
like
Marines
them.
to us.
They've pretty much killed off everyone I liked to start
You
with.
think that still works?
And so I have no cares in the world.
It'll work.
Let's watch everyone die.
Just needs gas. We need to find some.
Down here? In this economy? It's not gonna happen.
Wherever you are, Nick. I hope you're safe.
Sorry?
I was gonna say, do you want to say that
No.
louder?
Nothing.
Absolute fool!
Locals are spooked by these mountains.
In
Hence, I don't
theory.
blame them.
Alright, Randolph, I trust this finds you well. Our journey to the dig has been delayed. We left some heavy equipment behind in Soren because Pullman could only hire half the men and the mules needed. Workers refuse to go into the mountains. They're superstitious and cry that they will be possessed by demons. They even refused a bonus pay of 2 dinars each. We've also left the second generator and the spare radio behind the agent. We should be with you by the 18th. Yours faithfully, Aline Journet.
We need to get these lights running ASAP. I can't see shit.
Denaries? Probably.
You regretting not calling for additional air support yet?
Yes.
There you go, reading my mind again.
2 whole
What do you think the rest of the
Denaries.
squad are doing?
They're probably
tough.
dead.
Each and every one of them.
I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Deaners?
All call signs, this is King. Does anyone copy?
Who
Over.
knows? I don't know. Anyone's guess is as good
See
as
how quickly the store's been blocked off?
mine. I don't know how else to say what you typed up, Fruity. Deaners. Dean? Deaners? It's fine.
Fuck, that's a hell of a lot of fireworks.
It's now Deaners! It's fine.
This is King to all call signs. Are you receiving? Over.
I'm bad at everything, I'm sorry, okay? Ah, yeah, some duct tape. Let's put it over Eric's mouth and get him to shut up for forever.
I'll take that, thank you.
Why'd you step away? Please look at the note. Please look at the note. Note? The Curse of Akkad. Scholars regard the Curse of Akkad as a fiction, an instructional story that trained the Sumerians to endure famine, fate, and the whims of the gods. However, the discovery of this great temple hints at the new truth behind it. In the original tale, the god Enlil turns against King Naram-Sin of Akkad. At first, the king is pious and penitent, praying for answers, but after 7 years the gods have given none, so Naram-Sin decides to bring them to account. He raises an army and marches to the city of Nippur to sack Enlil's temple. This blasphemy is so great that Enlil, the roaring storm, enlists the gods against Naram-Sin, sending the Gutians to raze Akkad to the ground, destroy its farms, and curse the people with famine. We are gonna suffocate everyone. It's gonna be great. Germany, I thought it was pronounced Deutschland.
The way I see it,
Is it
there's
not?
here before us. There must be another way out.
Have I been saying it wrong this entire time? Is that gas? That looks like a gas can. You should shoot it. Or pour it out all over the ground.
Eric, come give me a hand with these cans.
Also, are those just open? We have gone back to Darkwood. I was just thinking that. Honestly, look, there was tractors earlier, and now there's gas cans.
How's the leg holding up?
There's bad choices all around.
Oh, you mean the prosthesis? I lost my leg back on the highway.
Are you seriously going to play this record again? Look, it's happened and it's shit, but there's nothing that can be done about it. My advice, move on.
I have moved on. But you're the one behind the wheel, remember?
Oh, get a grip.
Whoa! Wait, sorry, that was a weird fucking interaction. Okay, so we've got a prosthetic leg. She ran over. I assume that it was they like hit someone or something, and she was the one driving. I like the headcanon that she ran them over, though. You've done it so bad. You've wasted so much gas.
The damn valve is leaking.
Can it be fixed?
I got some duct
You have
tape.
to secure the tube before starting the generator.
I got some duct tape.
There's gotta be something here to fix it.
I've got some duct tape. I'm on it. I have duct tape. But what the fuck? That whole, like, I lost it on the highway, like, okay, she knows that?
I've got it.
And the way he delivered that line was definitely not, like, sarcasm or, like,
Once you
like,
said back at the base.
trying to guilt her or anything.
You were wrong.
That was just to, like, oh, yes, I lost my leg
nothing had changed
in an
between us.
accident. Like,
But I've changed. All that time spent away from each other. Couldn't stop thinking of you.
okay, she's already broken up with you, Eric.
Don't you feel the same way?
No!
Even a little?
No.
I
No.
meant what I said. It was over between us the minute that truck hit my car. Nothing has changed.
That's not how it feels from my side.
Tell me
Okay,
how it feels from mine.
cool. She said no. I like how we're still just letting this, like, leak.
Hold the fuel pipe.
Right, that's too bad, Eric. Go feel entitled elsewhere. We said no.
Hey, give me a hand with this panel.
Oh, goodness.
Look at the state of these.
They're shot.
They're old. Save it, though. You can use those to break windows.
Think we could do this with a little less attitude?
I'm trying
No.
to work.
Why do we leave things like this?
I fucking hate this man.
You made it so hard for me to stay.
We should have stuck together.
That tone he had with the whole, can we try with a little less attitude, had the
think either of us
same
expected
vibe
to
that
get each other's
You Should Smile More has.
Past years
And I
saw
would
my
like him
husband
to,
buried in
like,
chaos
die
and
now.
I was blind to anything else.
Nope, sounds like an excuse.
Sounds less like an apology and more like an excuse.
It's not either, it's the truth.
Bullshit. You had no idea that Kalis would even work.
I am curious what our... Sorry, I've been but terrible to him, and I kind of love that. Oh!
Rach.
Say what's on your mind.
I still don't condone her cheating on him, but just
I
like,
couldn't believe.
Jesus
Back
Christ.
then, I don't know, things seem confused, but now, it just seems simpler.
It's the past, Eric. We have to put it behind us and look towards the future. Otherwise,
I said
we're just
no!
going around in circles.
How many times can we say no?
I'm happy to look to that future.
Oh my god. We need Eric gone. Hey, Allie! We're a bunch of war nerds. There was a full-on massacre many hundreds of thousands of years ago. There are demons lurking around.
Let's take a look around.
Eric is an entitled white man. The lady next to him, Rachel, is a cheater. We got demons coming after us. We killed a man by suffocating him. And now there's like vampire monsters, and it's dope. The vampire monsters are dope, that is. Yeah, no, the part in the past, real cool. Stuff now, not so great. And that's about it. There's a few more details in there. But they don't matter. This takes place in like 2003 during the Iraq War. Big, around. We go around.
This way.
He's not, though. His wife basically told him, I don't want to be with you anymore. This is over. And then he's like, but I've changed. Oh, the monster? I love the monster. Love the monster. Monster Precious. Okay. Yeah, no, Monster Precious. We love the monster. Oh no. All the war nerds can go away, though. We don't care for them. Except for Celine. Celine seems pretty okay. Alright, come on. There's the... Perfect. Welcome back, Sarah. Everything's gonna be fine. We're gonna get through this situation. It's gonna be great. I was planning on trying to save as many people as I possibly could, but as every character has opened their mouth to speak, I'm just kind of like, it's fine. I'm gonna try, but at the same time, if everybody dies, that's fine. We'll have to play Man of Medan at some point because it is significantly better than this one, thus far. We have likened the monsters to xenomorphs. So, facehugger, not totally out of place. Yeah. Whoa, Black Betty, Man of Medan. Whoa, Black Betty, Man of Medan. No, we will definitely have to play Man of Medan though sometime soon because it was very good. But yeah, we're like slowly getting deeper into these. I do like the Bat People. I'm fond of them. They're very good. Oh my god, Eric, stop. Nobody cares. Oh, woe is me.
Something this vast have remained hidden for so long.
That's not what I was trying to look at. I was trying to look at the gun. I was trying to look at this. No, I like the monster design so far.
Why would there be a machine gun here?
It's a World War II model.
And I am curious as to where this is gonna go.
the fuck happened here?
But, like I said, if everyone dies, that's okay. That's fine. What's over here?
Who could they have been up against?
Right? Monster wins! And that's great. I'm here for that. The monster wins. Yay! Monsters! No, the monsters seem pretty dope. And, like, I'd be here for them winning. But yeah, no, it had, like, a pretty strong opening. I liked the bit in the past. That was pretty cool. And then all the American war nerds had to open their mouths and be gross and awful and... gross and awful. There we go. Where does this go? Hello? So yeah, it's like you've missed a bit, but it's fine. Ah!
It mentions echolocation.
Autopsy
Is
findings.
this something to do with bats?
You idiot. Blind uses echolocation to hunt. Unintelligible hypersensitivity. Skin highly resistant to physical trauma. Clumsy flyer. Unintelligible evolution. Unintelligible saliva. Hibernates? Telling me that they got acidic saliva? More premonitions. How are people gonna die terribly? By getting caught on fire. That looked like Eric. Okay. Acid for spit. Acid for blood. Xenomorph with wings. We're here for it. 100%. Unintelligible neighing. Fucking love Bloodborne. Okay, I don't think I'm supposed to be here just yet. Because I couldn't look at the hole. So let's slowly make our way over here. Can I... Is there a way to quickly walk? No. Bas Relief has a nice outfit. For real, though. It was pretty dope. Wait! I saw... No, go back up! I thought I saw... a circle. I like how pretty the ruins are. Like, I could just stand here and, like, stare at the architecture for a while. Be here for that. I guess I didn't see anything. Damn. Facts! I liked how it is a very good looking game. They've all been very, very good so far. I think this is probably, like, the prettiest thus far, but that's because there's, like, actually things to look at. Like, Man of Medan, I mean, it takes place on an old ship.
Eric, take a look at this.
And so there's not much to look at aside from ship. Little Hope was gorgeous. Every time.
It's fine, I can fix that.
Yeah, Little Hope was really pretty. It was super fucked up, but it was like... The issue with Little Hope, as far as the prettiness was concerned, was that it was so dark all of the time.
When did you stop wearing yours?
But...
It didn't.
Like, it looked great.
Always close to my heart.
I've moved on.
Stopped wearing it the day I left.
Oof!
I've moved on, Eric.
Get it through your head, Eric. We don't love you. Don't touch her! Oh my god, I need this man to die now.
I've forgotten what this ring means to me.
Right? Nobody likes you,
But
Eric.
maybe you're right. Maybe it's too late.
It is! How many fucking times? Oh? We're gonna tell him. Also, Sarah, thank you for the gift sub. Sorry, my brain was...
Someone else now.
I knew it.
The bones of this temple are drenched in blood. We have set foot on an uncharted shore.
Constantly curious about. It's all good.
Blasphemy comes in indescribable shapes and forms. For eons we lived as children in this world, unaware of the horrors that slumber beneath our feet.
We'll have to, Freddy, at some point I'll have to play through Little Hope for you. Because we did that on the channel last year.
But I must do what I must.
And I'll plan on doing Man of Medan, well, Black Betty, sometime soon. Because it's so good.
I'm sorry.
It's okay, Randolph. Jesus, my guy. It's pretty intense. It's fine.
Hello?
Well, I mean, it's still not great.
Shit.
They weren't fantastic noises. Tell Lily I'm sorry. But it's definitely like, you know what? At this point, I don't know that she didn't tell him before that it was over. Maybe she did and he just refused to accept and acknowledge it. And that's why she was so hesitant to be like, Nick, I've told him.
Cover me.
And so it's just like,
What's going on?
Yeah, Eric just needs to go away.
It was not supposed to play out like this.
Jason needs to go away as well.
Contact! Taking fire! Does anyone call me over?
Oh shit!
Rachel. King, this is Mailman 2-1. Say again, over.
Hi, Mama! Hi, sweetie.
King, this is Mailman 2-1, actual. How copy, over?
She's finally woken up. Maybe we can do a Little Hope party in the Discord at some point. I don't necessarily want to stream it again, like, here. But I'd be willing to try and do, like, a different ending. Because I think we got, like, a fairly bad one.
Hold this goddamn place.
At this point, I'm mostly just invested to know. Yeah, we did get, like, one of the worst endings. It's true. It's true.
He's coming.
Okay, so I got opinions on that. That I'll share at some point. Oh, almost not paying attention. No, Little Hope was good. I wasn't entirely sold on it. I talked about it a little bit earlier. I wasn't entirely sold on it when I first played through it, but the more I've like thought about it over the last year, the more I'm just like, no, that was like actually pretty decent. Like it was a really interesting look at grief and dealing with guilt, and I was here for that.
Gotcha.
It was fine. It was fine. Which again is another reason why I want to like show off Man of Medan, because it's much better. As far as like everyone not necessarily being dead. We're gonna do a murder on him. I'm not gonna help him.
You gotta stop struggling.
I'll try. Oh no! Oh no! definitely Descent vibes. Oh shit!
Rachel, grab onto something!
I can't see! It's too dark!
It's not that dark, Rachel.
Come on! Fuck!
Damn it, Rachel, will you hold still?
I want him to fall.
Sorry, Rachel.
Are you letting her go? No, we're not cutting it. We're both going. No, should you have Egypt in it? Was it Egypt? I had all this time and I just fucking didn't. Sorry. It was definitely desert. Was it Egypt though? I'm gonna pretend I'm gonna do it, but I'm not actually. I desperately want him to fall and die, but now I'm afraid that I'm gonna kill. Yeah, it definitely had ruins. I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna cut her free.
Colonel, hold on!
Oh, maybe I should have.
No, 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 no! Rachel!
Well, that didn't go the way I thought it was gonna go. Oh no, now the curator's gonna... Well, we technically didn't see her die.
These luckless souls fallen into.
Yeah, I did it bad.
Poor Rachel has been lost to the darkness.
It's fine. Curator's here now.
What of Jason and Nick?
We haven't seen the
Brothers
cakes
in
yet.
arms, but are they really as close as they appear?
I would
Or
say
will
he's
it
been
be
being a
case
tease, but he
of
hasn't.
Each man for himself.
This is the cool phase.
Let's not forget.
He sounds
that
like
they've
himself
already
now,
lost
though,
Corporal
so.
Merwin to the dark. And the night.
0 out of 19.
Which brings us to Salim. He seems level-headed, an almost reluctant soldier.
Yeah, I'm also glad his voice is back to normal. I'm sorry we had to deal with all that troubleshooting, but it's
now
fine now.
awaits our survivors, trapped beneath the earth, swallowed by the void.
I need you to stand up.
One
Let me
by
look
one,
respectfully,
their lives
please.
will be snuffed out, unless you can find
Eric
the
wasn't
means
cool
to
though.
save them.
He just wanted to be.
It's not my place to concern myself with the affairs of others, but it does keep things interesting.
Yeah.
I can offer you some words of advice, as long as you are willing to keep this strictly between ourselves.
Yeah? I mean, we might as well, right?
Prudent choice, all things
It was not the
considered.
Void Curator somebody.
Long ago, I met a blind poet who impressed upon me the
I write
fine
about what the eyes can't see.
Long is the way and hard.
Oh, a different poet,
Out of
sorry.
hell leads up to light.
I was thinking back to
That's all
Vampire.
for now.
He's not gonna stand up. We're not gonna be able to see the cakes, and I'm a little upset about that, honestly. I think Supermassive is onto us. They knew. They know.
Where's Rachel? Where is she?
Yep. Absolutely. There are no dogs in these games. Well, generally there's no
What
dogs.
happened to Rachel?
But if I can't pet the cakes...
We were ambushed by the enemy.
0 out of 10.
He opened fire on us. Rich,
He didn't, though?
she fell.
Were we getting shot at?
I held on. Held on as
I
long as
mean,
could.
they might be. You don't know. We haven't seen the cakes yet. Right, Eric's crap, no cakes. Stupid horror nerds everywhere. Would not recommend. Again, I'm hoping that it turns around, but I'm not holding my breath on it. At least Nick won't hit her. Allie's right. We just need a little effort. It's fine.
Slow down. Kids will be here.
Right now, Colonel, the Iraqis are the least of our problems.
It's fine. It's fine.
They're not following.
They know what's down here.
Mailman 2-1 actual to all call signs. How copy over? Joey,
I'm just
report in.
glad that the gross sexist is dead
Joey's
already.
dead.
The fuck you talking about?
The Iraqis tore right through him. He died in my fucking arms.
Oh no, not Joey.
Is Joey the nameless guy? You did miss a sexist dying. It was this gross guy.
You're gonna lock this place down. Form a defense.
We were talking about cakes, Dougie. How's it going, friend? I mean, he was 100%
What did
way
you
too
mean when you
injured
said
to
the
survive
Iraqis are the least
anyway.
of our worries?
But,
You believe in God?
he was being gross and awful, and so we just put our hand over him to stop him from screaming, and then the stopping him from screaming ended up turning into us covering up his mouth and his nose, and then it turned into him just not ever talking ever again, and it was pretty great.
Monsters.
Anyway, how's it going, Dougie? It's good here. We're killing folks because, you know, everyone's dumb.
Lieutenant, we're trapped down here with an enemy Iraqi, maybe more. Whatever you think you've seen, it's bullshit.
Murder was 10 out of 10.
Nick, take a mental picture and snap the fuck out of it.
100% rooting for the monster.
It's not the silos, that's for sure. This mission's a bust.
Eventually, they'll get there. It's not quite desperate enough yet.
To improve the algorithm. They're clearly teething problems.
We're gonna get angry.
Oh, fuck
Everyone hates Eric.
Good men have died. Clarissa's gone. Your wife is dead, Eric.
Come here.
You let us on a suicide
It's a
mission.
llama.
Hey, I'm still in command here. You'd better remember your rank, Lieutenant.
Hey, no thank you.
I'll get us out of here.
You're stinky. You smell like
You got
stink.
us into this mess.
Hi.
You better get us out.
It is the
Don't repeat
bean.
that?
It's the llama bean.
That's what I thought.
The stinky, smelly bean. I'm gonna pause for a hot second so I can get her some treats. Would you like a treat? Llama treat. Here. Go get them. They're all over. I realize you can't quite see that far. Come here. Look. There they are. A sweetie for the sweetie. It's a llama. Everything's great when llama's around.
Stay and guard the entrance. We'll check it out.
Surprise, we are playing DVD. It's gonna be great. Not even concerned. Oh no, I'm playing as Jason again. Upsetty spaghetti. I hate it. Okay, well, doesn't look like there's anything in here. And I can't go past the statues. There's an invisible wall. We're back here. This is...
So this is Saddam's chemical weapons silo, huh?
Oh my god.
Run for the fucking hills. We're all doomed.
Jason.
So
Jason!
much for Eric's pioneering thermal satellite system.
We don't
Eric's gonna have some pretty tough questions to answer.
need this nonsense right now.
Wouldn't like to be in those shoes.
Killer kick the
That's
gen.
the generator.
It's regressing. We have to fix it. You get one side, I'll get this one. We'll repair it together.
I'm on it.
Eric's gonna distract the killer. Gonna loop a few times. Drop a pallet. It's gonna be great.
Someone's taking a serious dislike to this thing.
Let's hope killer doesn't have no ed. They probably
What's it?
do.
Watch my back.
Anyway. It's fine. Everything is fine. There's that guy again!
Stop fucking around. Hurry up. Does it look like I'm fucking around?
Yes. Yes, it does.
Yeah, Sergeant.
Oh! Oh!
Stay alert. Dropkick, this is Mailman 2-1 Actual. We're heading deeper. Over.
So I don't think Rachel is dead. Get to the exit gates, quick!
Cable split. Let's see where they lead to.
Nah, I can't find Hatch. There's not enough people out yet. Not enough gens fixed. Excuse me. Hatch only shows up when a certain number of gens are repaired.
This way.
It's true. She still does not love Eric, and that's all that matters. Fucking trip it.
Fuck.
I should have let him. I should have let him.
Tripwire.
I should have let him. Ah, damn. And then he activates it anyway. So hear me out. I don't think Rachel's dead.
Simple enough.
Because...
Counter explosion?
we would have cut the thing.
Just need to cut the trigger.
And let her fall anyway. Or the rope broke and she falls anyway. I don't know that she's gonna get revenge though, because we didn't cut the rope. If we had actively cut the rope, then she'd be like, "You let me die."
Copy over.
I don't know. I hope she gets revenge regardless, because I also want her to get revenge.
On us. We're good. You want to keep your eyes open in case she's left any more love notes. Over.
Copy that. Moving out. Drop
No, absolutely. Big Descent vibes.
Moving up.
What did I say earlier? As above, so below, and Descent are like the two big things I'm getting here. Go home, Allie! Do it! I'm so happy for you. Seems like it's a decent time too. That's my birthday in the past. We've assembled our team. Top of my list was Crow, the Bulldog of Omaha Beach. We found him in Cairo, brawling for money in a Levantine drinking club. Crow recommended, and in Haifa, we picked up my assistant, the always inquisitive Aline Journet. Insisted on the presence of her own advisor, Elise von Houten, an archaeologist I know only from blah blah blah. Our team complete. We shall head to Lebanon and from there by train to blah blah blah. Is it? Hold on. Is it Lebanon where?
October the 21st, 1946.
I was born in
Broke the
1946,
first break into
facts.
the tomb. An honor he shared with Bessie, that damned machine gun of his. It was a beast of a weapon, but it seemed to comfort the fellaheen doing the digging.
This is why I know so much about vampire
This
physiology,
place has lain undisturbed for centuries.
in case you were wondering.
It is not the tomb of Alexander the Great, but a temple of an even older god king. The Akkadian despot, Naram Sin. We have been mistaken, but Lady Bradshaw still declares it a find for the ages.
Not the
A
cottage
discovery
cheese,
that will write our
what?
names in the annals of history. Looking out at the sceptred hall,
Oh my goodness.
I have no reason
Chunky.
to doubt her.
Chunky. That was a weird note. I have to check to see where this one takes place. Algeria is where Amnesia Rebirth takes place. It was gonna bother me if I didn't figure it out. Now we know. I know a lot of people liked Rebirth, and I didn't. I didn't like it. I'm so sorry, Allie. Cottage cheese is a no-no right now, isn't it? Wait, is this the one that I looked at? It is. Okay, back out. Doo-doo-doo. Algeria's where Tatooine is. You want to put it in vampire? No! Ah, that's a shame. 8:59. Add it to the list! Get some cottage cheese later. I can't say I'm a fan of cottage cheese, personally. Don't fill the vampires up with pickles. Look, I love pickles. Please don't put those in vampires. I just hate cottage cheese. It's the consistency for me. I don't dig it. Ugh. Nah, look, more cottage cheese for you. I wish I liked it. I just can't get over the texture. It you know, freaks me out.
He's alive.
No, Joey's not alive. They're pulling a Wendigo on you.
You heard him just now.
It can't be. That is definitely him.
It's this fucking place, Jason.
They're mimicking.
I'm telling you, I saw him die.
All due respect, buddy, you're not your usual self. Can't know for sure.
Get fucked, Jason.
It's a trap. We don't know that.
White Vaults.
We don't leave men behind.
If y'all haven't
Semper
listened to it,
Fi.
White Vault is a very, very good podcast. Very good, like, narrative
Somebody want to tell me what's going on here?
horror
We heard Joey through the
podcast
tunnel.
that everyone needs to listen to.
We heard Joey.
No way.
Gonna
I see
rescue
what you
you.
did.
Let me remind you that I make the decisions. I'll lead the way.
Yes! Yes! I need everyone to listen to the White Vault, please. It's so good. I'm gonna be assertive. I'll take the lead.
I'll take the lead.
So good. I need to catch up on the latest season. But fucking fantastic. Maybe that's what I'll do when I go for bike rides. I'll listen to podcasts. Salim! I've missed him! The only one that I actually want to live. To be fair, Salim, we did try.
لازم يكون في طريقة تانية.
The only way is down. We gotta go. We gotta go. Also, I know that this is a mechanic in, like, a ton of games, but honestly, this just makes me think of LA Noire. Fucking Cole Phelps. Terrible, shitty human being Cole Phelps. Doubt. Gotta start jumping like a gazelle. It's gonna be great. Don't even worry about it. Can I look at this? It's got the wiggly feeners. Shake his hand. Be nice. Introduce yourself. Hello, I'm Salim Othman. Nice to meet ya. Don't feel like we should be unburying it, but here we are. Doing just that. Sorry, God. Eric and Jason? Not good. I haven't met any of these people, so none of it matters. What is this behind me? We're courageous, stubborn, hopeful, dutiful, mature, and knowledgeable. Duty. Look at boy! I want you to stay still for just a moment, bud. Oh! So I can get a good look at ya. Those load screens are extremely intrusive and I don't like it. Salim, get out of there. Ah! Ah! We had a premonition about that one. Good God, we're just a jumpy boy. Oh, that's what was behind us. Break it, 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 get 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 it. I only care about Salim at this point, honestly. Everyone else can get fucked. This man just wants to take care of his family. He's just concerned about his son. You stab it in the heart. Now you gotta decapitate it, shove some garlic in its mouth, and maybe set fire to it as well. Just to be sure. Salim's strong.
And American.
So spry. No, know. I fucking love Salim so far. Again, I mean, it also helps that, like, we haven't done much with him. He hasn't been able to prove that he's just a trash person. I don't think he is, though. The Americans are gonna get fucked. Get got! Get got!
Over there!
Lol. I don't want to believe that Salim's gonna be evil. Or dead. I mean, that's been the case so far. The other two characters that I kind of liked immediately got. Can we... Thank you. Yeah, instantly. We didn't even get to play as them. Clarice seemed dope. And Joey, I think is his name, just wanted to sit at his desk. No, Salim's fine.
لازم يكون للشمس.
Hold the stone.
بس في حاجة ضايعة منه.
Oh? No. Salim is okay. Salim is alive. It was some rando Americans that got murdered. It's okay, Allie, I promise. It's fine. Oh, playing as Nick now. Yeah, just more war nerds. It's fine.
Check your corners. You still here, Joey?
Hi, commute kitten. Please stop being a terror to the environment. I still love you, though.
Actual Joey, do you hear me? How copy? Over.
Jason, shut the fuck up. Well, that's Joey's shit.
He's in bad shape. We gotta move fast.
He's dead!
What actually happened to him?
He died!
He died. Whatever's out there now, sure shit ain't Joey. Well, in battle, these things are often difficult to judge. What's that supposed to mean?
He fucking died in our arms!
I know what I saw. My God.
For context, Joey never took the cross off.
We've lost enough today. I'm sorry, sir. About Rachel.
Oh, goodness.
That's it.
I didn't kill him, Travis.
Ocheck told me you people called her the queen bitch.
Not by me. I knew it better than that.
Lol. I knew your wife real good, sir. Eric is trash. 100%.
Don't leave anything to chance.
Eric is the worst. Let's inspect the hole.
How deep is that damn hole?
Saw pictures like this back at the temple.
I mean, that doesn't
open them up.
take much.
Let's just keep going.
From the sounds of it. You mean Nick actually talked to Rachel? My God.
Is that blood?
No, it's jam. Just a shit ton of
Something
jelly.
really fucking nasty went down here.
It's fine. Everything's fine. I mean, the assumption is that he talked to her. He was disapproving about the fact that she hadn't told Eric that they were cheating. Which it sounds like more of a conversation than Rachel and Eric ever had. I'm so sorry, Allie. The catacombs beneath the temple are heaped with blah. Alina's worked sacrificial digs in El Castillo, but even she hasn't seen blank. Killed thousands in the names of their god, or in the name of their gods, in charnel pits as though the slaughter. What plague or cataclysm demanded such a price? So much. Whatever happened here millennia ago is a blood, blood, blood.
What the hell did they find
And
out
little
there?
bits of sick. Did I do it right? Is that the quote? Salim! Oh, he's gonna get got. He's gonna get got. I'm sorry, this is your life now. You do it for the bean!
Gomez, this is Dropkick. You're in me. Over.
Who is grunting over there?
It's close. This is so fucked up.
Crimson Copper spelling blood. Okay, thank you. Not Darth. Garth. Garth Marenghi. This seems dark and scary, which means we gotta go there. Oh no! This is the way they wanted me to go. Fuck. It's Salim, isn't it? Darth! Oh my god, Darth! I want to rewatch that show again. It was very good. Very good. No, I want to continue down here. Okay, this isn't the way I was supposed to go. But what if I continue down?
I don't need to tell you how to do your job, but...
They were good TikToks. I was literally about to call it a
Check your
vine.
weapons, check ammunition, and check again. Pay attention to detail. Carelessness will get you killed.
Y'all want to watch Garth Marenghi's Dark Place? We should all watch Garth Marenghi's Dark Place.
You may not be alone.
It's great.
This is a perfect place for an ambush. Let's keep it slow and tight.
I have to pee again. What time is
No,
it?
double time. Joey needs us now. We gotta hurry.
Okay, well, while they're freaking out about Joey, we're gonna pee time again. It has been an hour and a half, so I don't feel nearly as bad about having to get up to do a piss again. We'll BRB. Okay. Sorry, I also shoved a granola bar in my mouth. I needed a snack.
Joe, that you?
Not Joey. What if the vampire is wearing Joey's skin as a protective shield?
He's right. Advance with caution.
A shield against the sun. A Joey suit, if you will.
Shit!
Gotta wear sunglasses to protect your eyeballs. Oh, it's dark. It's the shitty captain. Pick it up and throw it back, or don't. Joey was a vampire in a human suit all along. Oh shit!
Fucking hurrah. This is Mailman 3 to Mailman 2-1 actual. Come in, Lieutenant, over. This is Mailman 3 to Mailman 2-1 actual. Come in,
I
Lieutenant,
needed
over.
some big juice. It was big juice time.
Mailman 3 to dropkick.
Ah, ah, ah! There's a thing behind you! Nick!
No.
Why are those rocks glowing? Hey, rocks? You are walking like a drunk man. I have no control over you, Nick. You know, they do a great job at making things tense with these, like, tight corridors. Props there, at least. Don't put your gun down. Idiot. Celine!
Over there is a demon. We can get through this.
Are we gonna have to do the heartbeat thing?
They react to sound like bats. They hear you. They hunt you. Seeing your weakness, they burn in sunlight. Like any living being, they can be killed. Stake through the heart.
I also like that Salim's holding him by the mouth like we did that guy earlier, except we're not suffocating him.
Just makes them angry. We do this together. Okay?
Okay.
We can kill it. You move into a flanking position and get its attention. I will do the rest.
Let's do it. We gotta be supportive. It's Salim. We gotta anything for Salim. As I said, extremely invested in Salim getting out. Right? And also, yeah, like, it's like, you can see that the monster is there. It's best to work together. What are they gonna do? Like, Salim's gonna betray you or something. Like, no, you're just work together, get rid of the beast, and then you can sort out your differences. Right? I mean, the gun has proven to be not great previously, but that's okay. Oh no. Oh no. No, 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 no. I don't want to fuck this up. No, for sure. Like, yeah, it's... You got options, or even if he fails, it's like, that'll give you enough time to run away and figure something out. Oh, this is tense. Buddy. No! Fuck! Oh, shit! It's okay. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Oh my god!
Is it Nick?
It's fine. It's just Nick. Salim should be okay. Oh no 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 no!
Please, please help me! Help me now! Please!
Get him, Salim! No, Salim, get him! Okay, okay, it's fine. I'm so sorry.
Drop your weapon now!
No, 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 don't hurt him! Don't hurt him! Please don't hurt him!
Me. I don't want to hurt you.
Make a mistake you're gonna regret, soldier. Put your gun down, now!
No. You lower yours first.
Drop your weapon or we will fire!
Oh my
Are
god.
you hearing me? Drop your weapon now!
Oh my god. Ah! Curator is back there! I saw him!
Bigger, happy American!
I like how they put him in places sometimes.
Okay. Enough! There's no point in fighting. Not anymore.
Right? Salim was okay, and now it doesn't seem like it's okay, but now it's okay?
One through your fucking skull.
I swear to God, Jason, you do that the first chance I get, you're dead.
Still be in this hell.
Don't tempt me. We're heading back to the temple. Tie him up. If he tries anything.
Why are you tying him up? Just take his gun! What is he gonna fucking do? Oh my god.
After all we've been through? Thanks a lot.
Yeah, they're all trash. Surprise! All the Americans are bad! I'm really glad that we're all on the same page with this. Because this is fucking nuts. You didn't even open that water bottle. Eric! Eric! Oh, it's a squeeze bottle. Okay, never mind.
Suit yourself. How many of your men are here? Were you guarding chemical
Right,
weapons?
no, 100%. I just like, idiots.
We're close, aren't we? Tell me where you've hidden them.
Eric, there are no fucking weapons here!
You have no idea what you're dealing with. Did you not lay your eyes on the demons?
Eric, you
I
don't.
don't know what I saw.
You fucking walnut! You stupid plastic cup!
Monsters that feed on flesh. Monsters that burn
My
in
God.
sunlight.
If they've been keeping weapons here, then it is the demons. To be fair, Dar didn't seem terribly like spooked that there were monsters. I'm pretty sure he saw them. Right? We should have killed Eric sooner. You're right. I'm just gonna scream constantly about all of this because fucking hell. Eric, you goddamn potato. Idiots! Absolute idiots! You've done so bad!
That's the last one. Should at least slow them down.
You say that, but now they're gonna
Spot
be...
them on the cameras.
Oh my god. Cool, you're blocking the entrance, and I get that. But now they've heard it, and they know where you are. They may not be able to fly well, but they can fly. They also know these ruins. You're gonna get got. You
We should reset that
Frickin'
tripwire.
carrot.
Give me a hand.
What other foods can I
We've been in
call
some
them?
fucked up situations before.
Never as fucked as this.
If I gotta fight these things, there's no one else I would want by my side.
There are plenty of other people I would want by our side, Nick. like Salim. I would love to have Salim on our side. Voice country. No, we'll go foreboding.
Yeah, don't go banking on anything. We're gonna have to work pretty hard just to stay alive.
Me and you, though, we can handle that shit. What would I do without you?
Yeah, well, you find yourself alone, you're gonna have to put your big boy pants on and fight him.
I don't think my mom pack them.
Yeah, don't trip over that. I hate them so much.
This is something else.
You think?
Wonder how many places like this we've bombed without a second thought.
All of them.
These relics are better off in the dust.
Oh my god.
What's your problem? These people didn't ask this for.
Tripwire. I don't think they do.
Why are you defending the enemy, Sergeant?
Like, okay, hold on, I'm gonna pause. Real talk, I don't know that the devs want us to like them. Cause like they've made, like in the previous games, like even including Until Dawn, like they've made some characters that were like genuinely likable but still extremely human. Like they had their flaws, but you're like, you felt like you were rooting for them. Like even with the last game, there were a couple of characters that I just did not give a shit about, and like sure, one of them I was actively trying to kill. But, like, I still wanted them to, like, succeed and make it through. Same thing with, like, Man and Medan. With these characters, I'd argue that they aren't relatable. And they're also assholes. And I hate all of them, and I want them to die.
They're not all our enemies. Fuck
And I
this.
wonder if they're trying to do, like, a bit of a departure from
About the girl at the
the previous ones to...
Shit, Nick. How many times? We thought she had a bomb.
Oh my god.
It was just a bag of groceries. We fucked up.
So I'm wondering if they just kind of want us to, like, see what else is out there. We'll go Stern.
You don't think I know that? There ain't nothing that can be done about it. Not now, not ever.
I mean, sure.
It's done.
I don't know.
I suggest you get your shit
Usually
together.
there's, like, if they have a pretty good balance of, like, characters that you like and characters that you don't, and this one is just, like, all shit characters. But again, like, it might just be, like...
Cameras are green and the holes have been demolished. Over.
Yeah, I definitely feel like they're, like, leaning into those bad, like, stereotypes of the military dudes.
I hear you.
The big military bros. And it's like... Cool, maybe have one or two, but not all of them. Maybe don't make all of them. But again, it might just be, like, that might be the
How many
point.
soldiers are present in the tunnel?
Is to just have, like, a cast of just
Ground collapsed. Somebody
absolutely
fell down with you.
terrible people.
Were you alone when you attacked us earlier?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Liar!
I didn't.
But it's okay, I love
attack
Celine.
Anyone?
You attacked me. You attacked my wife.
Oh my god, you're taking this way too personally.
Your wife?
Yes. On the cliff. She fell.
Okay, so now we're just generalizing that all of these men look the same.
I am sorry.
Because I don't think that was
Promise you that.
him. I don't think that was Salim. I thought that was his captain.
Dropkick, this is Mailman 2-1 Actual, approaching Eastern Passage.
This is fine. If it's all to make Salim look better, that's
Full
fine.
check. Kayla's scans have picked up a much larger structure below the temple. Stay on your guard. There's something huge down there.
I don't know. I'm gonna like save a lot of. Well, I'm not gonna. I'm gonna keep talking about what I like and don't like, but I will save my like final opinion of it until the very
man
end.
That weapon took a stand and held them off.
Before they got massacred from behind.
These creatures aren't dumb. They're predators. Bet your bottom dollar if they came this way before, they could come again.
That's what I said, Jason. I said that when you were blowing shit up, but you know, it's fine. Oof, hiccups. That's, yeah. No, that is also a concern, because I used to know people who, like, idolized this kind of, not necessarily behavior, but these kinds of mindsets. Oh, this is where... Oh, this is where our buddies died at the very beginning of the game.
It's the closest I've been to hell.
But this is why it's important to talk about why these kinds of behaviors, actions, and all that good stuff is not great, and why it's a problem. But then also not associate or interact with people that don't get why that's bad, or aren't willing to listen to why it's bad. Yeah, the ends justifies the means kind of stuff. Not a fan of that. Especially when it means wiping out a whole bunch of people that have nothing to do with your stuff. Hey. Hey, America? Excuse me. Stank of death and was littered with enough to be covered in flies. Crow thinks. Down here after robbing them. Pity those hapless wanderers. The fear they must have felt. This was not what he wanted to show us. An unhealthy! When Mary asked what it was, Bradshaw nodded to Crow, who broke open the dynamite. She said she intended to find out. Oh, I meant to look at the other side.
What's that?
Right? Never be an Eric.
Says they found something weird down here.
Not ever.
Oh, shit.
Never, ever be an Eric.
Blowing a hole through the rock face, we found a gateway to a strange world.
Mm-hmm.
A phosphorescence
Absolutely.
emanated from beneath, casting its
We
eldritch
haven't really
light
had like a
over
ton of interactions with the curator over this whole
Lady
situation
Bradshaw
just
was
yet.
insistent that we descend further.
But he didn't necessarily seem super approving.
Perhaps Mary is right, and Bradshaw is becoming reckless and uncontrollable. But I can't stop thinking about what's down there. I am now working with Crow and Pullman to set up a winch and elevator to descend into the shaft.
Okay.
What mysteries lie below, I wonder, undisturbed by the world above.
I do kind of like these little movie interludes that we get every once in a while with some of the notes that we're finding from... Oh, I thought that was a shadow. It's just a body. A little less excited. Oh, I thought it was the shadow of the curator. Dead! Dead!
Looks like he's been drained dry.
It's gotta be one of those explorers.
A premonition. That's Rachel! Something blew up! I think it was Rachel. I think Rachel went splat. Gotta watch out for those tripwires. Oh no. Please no.
More crap.
Aw.
Nothing that's gonna get us out of here.
It's beautiful. Check out the carvings on it.
Curator is not a Mary Sue.
Right now, I couldn't give a crap.
Stop
if it was
flaming
Crown
my
Jewels
Call
or
of Duty fanfic. They're definitely gonna throw the bullets really fast to kill the vampires. Duh. They have a lot of statues down here, actually, of Pazuzu. Our sweet boy. 4 of them? Weird. Okay, yeah, I have to interact over here. That's fine. No. What?
This looks like a good choke point. Any of those freaks coming up from below are sure to pass through here.
Set some charges?
Yeah. Yeah, rig these pillars for maximum coverage.
More likely to see the trip wires, though. You think those things can tell a difference?
We shouldn't underestimate them.
We mine the sides. We're more likely to catch them out. Smaller spread of exposure will bear him. What do you think?
Oh no. Wire up the middle.
Let's go for maximum coverage. Wire up the middle of the corridor.
Let's do it. We gotta make each one count.
I don't think that is the proper choice. But that's okay.
I can hear your brain ticking away. What is it?
Should have given her a second warning.
Fuck, man, I wish I hadn't asked. I'm through talking about this.
Yeah?
What's left to say? You know that checkpoint was a prime target for suicide bombers. We had to act in the moment. We had to make a call.
It was the wrong call.
And I'm sad to say, Nick, if you ever go home, we will not offer you any sort of service to process through all the trauma that you have been through.
That's why we're in the sandbox in the
Thank you
first
for your
place.
service.
I just want the truth, Jason. Shooting that woman.
Sorry, I'm super snarky tonight in regards to this shit. I need to give Nick
Fucked
some
up.
sort of validation,
When we get out of
honestly.
here, we'll face up to that. If we die down here, maybe it's what we deserve.
Surprise, it's okay to talk about shit that you've been through.
You know I was seeing Rachel.
Are you serious?
Been 3 weeks.
It's armed. Dropkick, this is Mailman.
Choices were made.
It's a maze down
Wait,
here.
who's not wrong?
Is this the signature Kayla's picked up on? Over.
Sorry, I missed that, Allie.
It's a negative, Sergeant. Looking at something way deeper. Pull back for now. Dropkick out.
Mount a camera here, and let's head back.
Hi, Smiley! Oh, okay. Yeah, I could agree with that. Thank you for the lurk, though, friend. I hope you're doing well. It's a wild time here. See? I told you Rachel was fine. She's just in the blood pit. There's a Pazuzu!
Eric! Where are you?
Oh, honey, he's still upstairs. Don't worry about it. 100% getting revenge. It's gonna be great. My question is, if we had cut it, would she have been able to tell the difference?
Nick? Jason?
Gotta love a blood pool. I mean, if she had cut it, it would have been less frayed, right? And then she'd seen it cut and been like, Eric! Damn, I wish I had cut it then. I had really hoped that he was gonna fall if I didn't cut it. Like, that she would have pulled him down or something. Okay, I don't like that thing is moving. Oh, it's the man's helmet. Yeah, you can't win them all. It's okay. Now we'll know for next time. Because it's, even if I don't know. We're obviously not going to get a great ending. And even if I'm not a huge fan of it, I do want to play through to kind of see the other. But she's the only surviving woman at this point, which means she will be the final girl. And she'll get to kick ass and kill the monsters. And potentially survive. And if she doesn't survive, then no one survives.
What the hell?
Sweet final girl, please. Yes! Cause see, we already had the super mouthy, like, very, like, overly confident, very self-assured woman earlier, Clarice, who I really dug. She died immediately. We've also had, you know, the strong badass get, like, taken out by, well, one of his own. But, you know, that's fine. We've hit all the beats so far. Right? Not even a quick time event. She just got taken out to help establish how powerful and intense the monsters are. Yikes. Seriously, I need people to read Men, Women, and Chainsaws. Please and thank you. It's good book. Good, interesting book. But also, this is just how horror works. Classic horror, I should say. It's definitely changing up. But still sticks to those basic ideas, and it's great. I love it. Oh. We are being followed. And it's fine. Examine that. Oh, look at their little teeth! I did see that Grady Hendrix has the final girl support group, and I have it added to my list of things that I want to check out because I really did enjoy the other book of his that I read. What was it? We Sold Our Souls or whatever? It was interesting. Saliva! We have collected and bottled the black saliva present on the maw of the creature extracted from the cocoon. I and others who smelt the substance have experienced heart palpitations and a heightened sense of fear. Some have reported odd visual effects, such as a change to colors. We have attempted to see her additional samples of the saliva from the site where M was attacked. The smell was so overpowering that respirators were used to collect the samples. We recommend the use of masks at all times when handling samples to avoid becoming affected. Sensation similar to experience with mushrooms? Psilocybin? But yeah, I need to read more of Grady Hendrix's stuff. It's good. I'm about halfway through The Crow Girl right now. And it's gone in a slightly different direction that I'm was a little unsure of at first, but they're handling it pretty decently. This is a problem. This is a fucking problem. They do got that magic mushroom spit. Please! Please! Vampire Man! Stay back there! I'm as ready as I'm gonna be. I don't want to keep looking because I need to keep looking forward. But I need to know how close it is. It's so fucking close. No. Inject it after cooking it. Just crouch down. Crouch down. Get under the blood. Oh, that's a big boy. Whoa. That has made it difficult for him to see me. Fantastic. Don't flail! I know it's hard not to! Oh, no.
Run.
Clarice!
Go!
Wait, you're fine? Clarice is okay?
Can I ask what her name was?
Nope,
Whose
nope.
name?
Travis, you're right. You're 100% right. Probably. I hope.
What was her name?
You don't get to talk about her.
We did just learn about the
I don't mean
psychedelic
anything
spit.
by
You
it.
are
It's
correct.
just- We're stuck here together.
You want to talk?
Her skin was, it was very
Alright.
green.
Why are you still fighting a war that you've already lost?
You think I do this out of choice? That I want to be here? I fight so my son can go to university.
Yeah, we did get her out. Thank
so
you,
that he
thank you,
can
thank you.
have a
Tried my
better
best.
Could all use some of that.
Okay, okay.
My
Salim?
son, his name is Zain.
Her name was Rachel.
She's still alive. Oh!
Dolce? Don't move. Coming straight back.
Where is he gonna go? He's tied to a chair. Salim? Never mind. Salim says, I do what I want. Alright, you know what? No, good on him. God, that was cutting it close.
Damn you.
I also like how he took his stick as opposed to grabbing a gun. Salim knows his weapon of choice. I'm here for it. These fucking nerds don't know how to tie knots!
Maybe we can get the radio working and send a signal out.
Where are you?
A long shot. No, we don't even know if there's a working transmitter on the surface. Those wires gotta go somewhere, though. You think they still work?
Just turns around, then turns back. Where'd he go? He's a very good magician.
Well,
Also,
don't feel much like climbing
by
out
Jason. Oh! Oh! I like your horns! They're cute!
Shit, Joey, it's me!
Right, Eric is 100% that bad at everything. Absolutely. Joey, no! He's so floppy! Jimmy's fine too.
Gomez.
He is... Everyone's alive and fine. Aww. Bye, Joey. What have I done? That was 100% Eric not putting together that he just burned the man alive because he had a UV. Maybe. I'm still not entirely sure that she's not a hallucination. Or maybe her transformation hasn't occurred yet because she
You have to
hasn't
hurry.
died?
It's not safe here.
Again, we gotta do some vampire science again and determine does a transformation happen pre or post death? Is it because you've been bitten or because you've ingested their blood? Or some other variation thereof? I hope Clarice is okay, but I'm not certain. Do they have cottage cheese blood?
I didn't know that you could fight.
Did she eat their mushrooms?
What was that thing?
I don't know. Whatever it is, it's not
Possibly. Potentially.
Where have you been?
Do they
One
have
of those things
mushroom
got its
blood?
dirty hands on me, dragged me down here, left me for dead. Fuck doesn't even start to cut it.
I'm lucky to have gotten away.
You're talking to a scientist. There's no such thing as luck. You should be thankful I was there to help you.
Nah, I'm gonna be nice to her because I do
I'm
like
really
Clarice.
grateful.
These are the wrong people. She doesn't show up as somebody. who I can have a relationship with. So I'm...
Semper Fi. We gotta find a way out of this hole.
So, this is where you've been hiding out? Any weapons?
Look, even people covered in fruit
do
punch
you
need to be
mind?
taken seriously sometimes.
Just need some batteries for this damn light.
You could just ask. That ever cross your mind?
No. Rachel's never asked for anything in her entire life. Except for Tyrannosaurus.
Looks
Oh
painful.
no.
It is.
And now it's gonna
Think you can
be
keep still?
grossly infected. Because it's covered in other people's blood.
I'm glad you're here.
Yeah. Well, guess I'm a little glad too.
Now, is she green because of the lighting or because she's sick? Also, someone get this girl a towel.
Those people must have been in the valley a long time.
Oh, yeah, no, she's 100% turning. Or she's tripping. Both?
No way up.
Possibly both.
There's no way we're making it.
Because her cough was echoing weird, but not in the way that it would, like...
Barely climbable.
In the cavern.
Together.
How did I know you were gonna say that?
I met Eric in climbing class. I can get us out of here.
This is who falls and dies. Maybe? Yeah, she's definitely, like, getting to the point where she's looking extra sickly. She's a little more green than Joey. Joey was super blue, but, like, she's not looking great. I guess we'll see here in a second. Because Rachel looks fine. Oh, no, she's 100% turning. She is now very blue. Kick her off the edge. Kick her off the edge. Kick her off the edge. Just fucking Sparta kick that shit.
A minute isn't gonna kill us.
Until it does.
God, you look terrible.
Gee, thanks, Rachel. You ever think about going into motivational speaking?
Seriously though, are you okay?
No,
That's
she's
gotta
not.
be about the dumbest question I have ever been asked.
It's unfortunate. I fucking love her.
Give me the silent treatment, huh?
What do you want me to say?
I don't know. Something to get our minds off this place.
I'm not gonna get attached to her. I can't ask her about why she became a physicist.
That thing wasn't any animal I recognize.
That's seriously what you want to talk about?
Oh, Clarice is not doing too hot.
Why do you think he left you down there?
Pass. All I know is that it got up close and pretty personal.
How close?
It scratched me to shit, and I blacked out.
It's the
And
scratches.
sense. Dizziness. Nausea. Thought it was shock at first, but I can't seem to shake it off.
Poison?
Possibly. If it is, the effects are gradual.
How do we get out of you?
How the hell would I know that?
Sorry. Oh my god.
You're a scientist.
I work on satellites, not neurotoxins. I'm not a
Working on thinking before I speak.
Made your point.
But my initial thought was better get sucking. Eek. And I needed to share that one. I just needed to share. Oh. All right. Time to roll her off the
What did that
edge.
thing do to you?
Please. Please don't leave me down here alone.
Because I'm thinking about going back into the real
Come
world.
any closer.
I wish it's fucking chest burster time. Probably more like a forehead burster. We're gonna watch those like horns just shoot out of her face. Teeth are gonna come out long.
I can't promise anything. Listen to me. Something is happening to you. What did that thing do to you?
It scratched her.
There's medication up there. It may help you, but we need to move now.
No, no. No. Oh yeah, we're gonna drop her.
Give me your hand.
Oh my gosh, she looks like shit!
We're on the wrong side of the chasm.
But I want a chest burster, Amy! Look, she keeps threatening to! I want it to happen!
We have to swing over.
That
She
rope
can't
won't
do it.
hold.
Wait!
Chest burster! Make
You really
it
believe these
happen!
medicines will help me?
We don't know enough about those things.
Come on, Rachel. Don't bullshit me.
Exactly!
It doesn't look good.
You guys are savage and I love it.
Truth is so overrated.
You gotta eat her over the edge.
If I turn, you have to kill me.
Nobody dies today! Everyone's died today.
If you turn, it won't be you I'm killing.
That goes for any of you. Fun fact. Zombie apocalypse happens, and you get bit, it's done. We're over for it, and I expect the same to occur for me. No hiding bites either. Okay? If you're a bite hider, we can't be friends. Abandoned, sorry. Right? And she fucking understands! I'm sad about it, but it's for the best. I'm sorry, Clarice, I love you. No, I'm not doing this because it's personal. It's because you're a liability. But if I had brought her, then she'd have killed Rachel. No, I don't want her to kill Rachel. I want her to kill Eric. Okay. That's fine. They've been down here for a while. No, I liked Clarice. I wish that she hadn't got
I've not seen
turned.
anything come up, but I can hear them. Sounds like they're having way more fun down there than we are up here. Over.
As long as they keep the party to themselves, I'm happy. We got nothing on the cameras inside. Over.
Eyes alive.
You're supposed to say over, Nick. Another premonition. Oh, fuck! That's kind of cool. It's pretty alright. It is pretty alright. I mean, we now have to consider that she turned into a Smurf, and I don't know about that. Van Houten? What do we got here? An increasing number of finds reference the curse of Nurim Sin. The sermon on the relationship between gods and kings dates to the or is that the third period of Mesopotamia. Nurim Sin is the Akkadian king, grandson of Sargon the Great, founder of the Akkadian Empire. The historical record shows him as a pious man who honored the gods. However, the man presented in the curse stories is very different. The mythic Nurim Sin is a Job-like figure, abandoned by the deities. He rages against the gods and wages war on them. His blasphemy, or do be illin. Nice. This blasphemy is repaid with curses, the first of which is an invasion of Gutian mountain tribes. This war causes a famine that destroys Nurim Sin's people. Moral is that man must accept suffering, however mysterious and unknowable the gods' intentions. Naram-Sin should have endured the trials, no matter how arduous. In picking a fight with the gods, Naram-Sin fought a battle he could not win. That bar got significantly less cool with the yelling of Papa Smurf.
All clear for now.
Just saying.
If they hit us, my best hunch is it'll be from the chasm.
If? You feeling optimistic, Lieutenant?
I can tell you, the Colonel could lose his own ass if it wasn't pinned on him. You see our absent friend down there?
Could be him? Nah, he's gone.
Is it? Is it
An
divine?
enemy we know zero about. An enemy of unknown size on their home turf. Sucks to be us. I don't know how long those doors can hold them back.
Radio's our best shot. Fix it up, call in the cavalry, even shit up a bit.
Yeah, but is that a
There's
vine?
a transmitter up there. It's gonna have a limited range. Damn it. Eric had a
I need
lot
to
of
know if it's a
close
vine,
search before
Fruity.
he could've picked up the signal.
Trust Duck Brass to fuck you in the ass.
Okay, what do we got around here? Perfect. More premonitions? Or just a stone slab? Why are you putting it down? I didn't tell you to put it down. Battle tablet. How many of these do I have? Oh, I have missed a lot. I've missed so many. Oopsies. Patient history, name Mary. Temp 100.5 Fahrenheit, sweating, 8 ounces saline. Subject awake, not lucid. Subject sweating and jaundiced, not lucid. Antipyretics have had no effect. Brief lucidity says she has had visions of darkness and that she can taste the color red. Slips into unconsciousness. Wake screams about monsters in the dark, increasingly jaundiced and feverish. Pulse still rapid. Sleeping. 2 days since exposure to the entity. Sounds like Mary is dying. Sounds like Mary's gonna die. What is this? FAO Van Houten. New finds for cataloging. Clay jars, accordion ×4, bone pipe, dagger, ornamented, seated nude statue, star glyph. She'll be fine. That's a scary sound that I don't like. Everything got rumbly and I didn't appreciate it. What's over here? Hold on, I am curious about all of the secrets that we have found. I would also like to just get rid of all the new things. But again, feel like we've missed quite a few things. I thought I was being kind of thorough, but I guess not. Wow, I've somehow made Salim, Rachel, and Jason like me. Eric, not so much. I'm missing 3 premonitions, though. Oh. Okay. It's fine. I can look at some of that other stuff later. Fake dig site?
Clever fuckers. They set up a fake dig site to draw off grave robbers. They knew whatever.
We're telling
was
Eric to
down
fuck off too much, or
special.
not enough. Probably not enough, honestly. Real talk? I don't think you can tell Eric to fuck off enough. Can I Look at you. There it is.
I'm gonna need a hand to get this up and running.
There's a lot of options on that. Oorah! Not the oorahs.
That thing looks like it was sabotaged.
You look like you were sabotaged.
We gotta work with what we have.
Fall back if anything moves out here. It's safer inside.
You sure about that?
Fuck
that
off.
Where you lost your Iraqi?
He ran off into the tunnels.
And he's as good as dead.
I mean, that's still him
He's not one of ours. Fuck him.
running off. Him getting away from you.
Good job, Sergeant.
I don't need your compliments. Oh no!
Those things will kill you, Sergeant.
We don't have our lighter.
Yeah, smoking is the biggest threat to my life right now.
He's gonna put it together.
Fuck that, leave me a lighter.
Rachel did tell him though.
What's good?
It's nothing.
Secretly? Secretly? Oh, I wonder if... Sorry, I want to check something. Oh, okay, never mind. Maybe it wasn't it then. I wonder if we hadn't told him that we were seeing someone else.
It's just a ghost signal.
If he would have, like, gotten really angry.
Picks up a faint signal.
Yo, fix that transmitter. If we can establish...
I'm sorry, Willis. I'm sorry to tell you, but Eric's been the bad guy the whole time.
I don't know, man. I'm no technician. Merwin was here, though. He could fix it.
No shit. Embrace the suck.
Goodness gracious. Salim! My boy! Watch out!
سليم هو انت هم قريبين.
Uh-oh. Hold on. What is this one? Oh. Oh.
الكلاب يطلبوا حماية.
No, they're... I mean, no.
نسيبهم يجمدوا.
They're not... They're not calling in reinforcements.
احنا محتاجين الكلاب دول لنخرج من هنا.
اتجننت. دول على الدوانة.
انت ما شفتش الغول؟ في غول هناك، هو ده العدو الحقيقي.
سليم انت اتجننت.
اسمعني ارجوك اسمعني. لا تجيب مكان كانوا هيقتلوننا.
اخرس وامشي ورايا.
انت سامعني؟
We're gonna have to kill this man.
لا انت اسمعني دلوقتي.
We're gonna have to kill this man.
يا اما خليك هنا وتعفن. اختار.
But then the Americans will see that we have killed the man trying to kill them.
وحد لنفسك.
Hi, Bo. How are you doing? The game is... It's going. It's a little rough. It's a little rough. It's just a bunch of dude bros being like really intense dude bros. So at this point we're more invested in trying to kill them. It's no little hope.
Get that transmitter working now!
I'm glad it's still entertaining, Sarah. I am having fun with it. It's just definitely not what I was expecting. But everything's gone to shit.
I'm staying here.
Like it do.
I need you on the cameras in case we get flanked.
Lieutenant,
I said I got this. Go!
It's all good. Hey. Go support our friends. Oh! Fucking right in the face. It's fine, it was Eric. Mo! We're gonna have to fix this. I mean, I don't care so much that Eric got, but like...
انده لكرامك. خلوا نفسه كويس.
Hopefully the vampires show up. I mean, they angry. We can hear them.
Only way we're gonna get rid of this clown. Cover me!
Oh no. I'm not prepared. It's fine. Not the professor. A lot of the characters in this do look extremely similar to like some of the previous editions. So I'm curious if they did reuse some actors. Cannot fully confirm, but you know. Was not prepared. I mean, we did it. It's fine, but no! Fuck. It's fine.
I don't have a clear shot.
Yeah, because I fucked up. Eric, you useless piece of shit. Maybe. I mean, they didn't really use reactors from Man of Medan into Little Hope, but maybe this one? Who knows? Get him! Get him! Get him! You idiot. You... Bad shot. Terrible shot. Oh, but Salim's gonna get in trouble now, isn't he?
Push forward.
Monster showed up!
Move!
Eric, get out of here. Actually, no, stay right here. Fend off the horde that's coming for us. It'll be fine.
Put your shoulder into it! Hurry!
Go see the Iraqis.
If they got any sense, they'll stay back.
They just want a little snacky snack, Eric!
Wait!
Help them on, Steve!
Rachel? Rachel?
Go to hell! I'm ready, I'm here. Well, I'm as ready as I can be. It's gonna be fine! Hi, Rachel.
Have any doubt, Marie?
My god, Farley, what are you doing? And then they're gonna kiss? They're gonna kiss, and Eric is gonna be like, oh no!
Where's Eric?
Behind you. He's right there. Oops! You, oh my god.
That's the best you got?
Of course he waited to do it until Rachel showed up.
I know.
You better step off before I start swinging.
I wish.
Colonel or no colonel?
Don't, Nick.
Right, fuck off, Eric. Got tired of waiting.
I spent a long time waiting for you, Eric.
Until
I had to move on.
always loyal.
You held on.
To be fair though, Rachel, you did say you like stopped caring as soon as the accident happened.
Thought we'd lost you.
Who else made it through?
This is it.
It ain't good. Merwin's gone. Those things, they got Joey, Clarice.
I'm not gonna mention Clarice.
What is it?
Nope. No, actually, yeah, let's do it.
Clarice was infected. Those things, I don't know how they got inside her. I couldn't take the risk. I had to leave her behind.
You telling me Clarice is still out there?
That's not Clarice anymore.
Did I not just tell you that she was infected? Okay, never mind.
Same thing.
Okay.
Joey.
I was gonna be real mad if he like got super pissed at me for that. Sure, she's blue, Jason.
Sure, every shot counts.
It seems like it's vampires.
The main temple.
It seems like it's kind of vampires. vampire-esque. Bat-like creatures, you get infected if they scratch you, potentially bite you. They've got hallucinogenic saliva.
Use the generator. We're flying without it.
Vampires.
I need help.
Solid.
Can't let any of those things through.
They keep just referring to them as like demons and stuff, but it sounds like they were summoned by the old gods when some ancient king like pissed off the gods and ransacked a temple. It's fine.
Hold the gate. I'll get
Oh, those frames though. Those frames though.
That's all we need.
Sorry, I say old gods. I mean gods of an older time, not the old gods. Lowercase o-g. Also, seriously, why did the frames just get so shitty? And they're kind of back. What is this? What is happening? I know, I'm sorry. That's why I felt like I had to clarify.
These things really have a hard on for getting in here. We need that generator running now, or we're all screwed.
Gotta get that generator. Let's go. Again, it's DVD now. Look, the more people I have on Gen, the faster we'll get it done.
It's not gonna hold.
Eric, you idiot.
This is our house. Our rules.
Oh.
Is that all you pussies got? Oh, shit. They're coming through. Fucking things are worse than sewer rats.
Jason. Oh, we're Rachel. This is like the end, isn't it? Like, this is the culmination of everything. It kind of reminds me of the ending of Fuck Until Dawn.
You gotta be messing with me.
If only. If only. Please, Eric, get infected.
About the time we bug out. Any objections?
Bo has been here all of 4 minutes and already understands that Eric is the worst. Just take him, it's fine, we don't need him. Did you really?
They're breaking through the perimeter.
Got any bright ideas? Now's the time.
Automod, come on. Come on.
Wait, yes. Okay, we can make for the counter.
I'm sorry, does the shoe fit?
Count, in case you missed it, that ain't the way
Fuck.
out.
It's either that or we die where we stand.
Just
Everyone
go, it's
move
fine.
to the east gate.
Oh my god, I'm sorry. My lips are so chapped.
Go get the gate.
So yeah, those are the monsters. They look dope as fuck. Yeah, retreat. Jason can stay, I don't give a shit. Bye, Jason. Oh no! Jason, you should go. If you want to live, you should go. I'm not going to tell you to go. I'm just strongly suggesting that if you would like to leave, now is the time to do it. Also, sup, Nick? Right, oopsies. We didn't need the generator anyway. Oh no. Oh fuck.
Stick to the wall.
I think it's because we're switching between characters really, really quickly, whereas before it was, we'd switch between characters, like, in between scenes and not in the middle of the action. That's my assumption. There's not been this much slow-mo until now. Here they come, here they come, here they come! The one was a wiggly boy! I'm pretty sure Until Dawn did something very similar at, like, the very end of the game when, you know, each character had to do something in response to the situation that was happening. It, like, gives you, the player, a chance to realize that something is going on. Also, a hydrate from Travis. You do that. And a stretch!
Blast must have cut us off. We should keep moving.
Okay. Everyone else also stretch and hydrate. It has been 4 hours. This is why we started a little earlier. I figured this was going to be a longer sit-down session. But we'll have it done. Yeah. Remember, stretch and hydrate as well.
My friend is not happy. Yeah, I can see that. What happened up there?
Right? There's been a serious lack of curator in this one, and it's very upsetting.
Your friend's a little too jumpy for my liking. It's making me nervous.
Lowering your weapon might help alleviate some of the tension.
اديله رصاصة في دماغه لو ما سمعش الكلام.
هتكون فكرة وحشة.
انت مش في مكان تحدثي.
Ah! Jason! You sneaky boy!
Make a move.
There's too many donuts, not enough for the
I
cake.
feel like our uniforms are getting in the way of what could be a beautiful relationship.
مش أهبل.
Shut up! I say we drill these sorry-looking motherfuckers. What'd you
Leave
think,
Salim out of this! This guy I don't give a shit about. Leave Salim alone, though.
Make the call, Colonel.
We need their help.
They're the enemy, Nikki.
We have to help each other. It's the only way.
I only did it to please Salim. Also, we're gonna tie him up and they're gonna get loose again. Like, we've done this before.
Why are you standing there? Help!
Don't even think about it.
Fuck, Jason! The enemy of our enemy is our friend! Move! Come on, man!
Kick it!
Damn it! Help them! I'll cover the corridor.
Go into the corridor, actually, Eric, if you don't mind. It's from way at the beginning of the game, actually. They've brought it back full circle. It's great. Wow. I have to pee again. My goodness. Pazuzu! Every time. I'm going to point out Pazuzu every time. It might be pee time. I think it's a good time for pee time. Speaking of, there's Pazuzu again. Yeah, we're gonna take a... Wrong one! Incorrect one! Isn't it like 38? Yeah! But we can sip on a dude if you want. BRB. Pee time over.
This looks like the worst place in the goddamn world.
Probably because it is. One of the worst places. I don't know why I was shocked by that. This is gonna be a problem. Skeet up, but a problem. Jason! Jason!
Who's there?
Jason! Oh, it's our buddy from the very beginning! Well, yeah, Salim wasn't lying about that, my guy. I'm sorry that raids were being mean. I appreciate you trying to raid though, but hi, Bono! How's it going? You're here just in time for the final assault! Or what I assume is the final assault. Shit's wacky. Oh, you're doing some Back for Blood? Nice, nice. Are you enjoying it? Uh-oh, 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 uh-oh. Crucifix! I don't know if that's actually gonna work, but we're gonna try. Yeah, it means nothing to him. I didn't think so, but that's okay. LOL! LOL! Nice! I need to pick up Back for Blood at some point. I've bought too many games recently. Get him, Salim! Okay, now help the lady? Oh. Oh. Oh, I fucked that up. Whoopsies. Eric always drops a fucking UV light. That's okay. This is genuinely okay though. Nick got yeeted. I like that the back of their heads like wiggle. Right? Oh, he's still alive. Okay, but what if I just let it go? What if I just let him crush Eric's head? Oh my god. This game desperately wants Eric to live, and I don't. There we go. There we go. This is what I wanted to see. Now that vampire is infected with the asshole syndrome, unfortunately. Stop. Please, don't. This guy can get God as well. Again, I really just want Salim to be able to get out of here. I don't feel bad about this. Yeah, you are what you eat, don't eat Eric. It'll be bad if you eat Eric. So, Nick and Salim got out of that fight? necessarily want Rachel to die. But I figured I needed to kill the thing that was gonna jump and attack me. It's fine. Oh, Jason's alive. I'm actually kind of shocked.
Teach you to mess with a Marine.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Did you hear him? Travis, he's not here. He's not here. Confront?
I come in peace.
Don't you
Oh no. Well, I'm glad I didn't ambush him because, like,
all this shit, it's on you. If you people hadn't ambushed us, none of this would have
100%. No, same Bo.
Don't mean you any harm.
And they literally opened up with, like, them all being American military dude bros. And it was just miserable. And so it's just been kind of like a...
Honestly,
Jason's
I'm just
closer.
glad to
Chris
see
got
you in the
married.
face.
A really awful dude who died early.
Me too.
Yeah. What was his name? Doesn't matter. He was gross, though. We must fight as one!
Your friend said, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. That is not always true, but if we both want to live, we must fight as one. The sword and the shield.
they're too worried for my liking.
Dougie, I don't think that's true.
But I'm in.
Dougie! Oh, we're friends. I can't imagine it. I think it would be very silly. No, don't say "oorah." Don't do it. Look, here's the thing. Like, I
For 1 second, you're
can't
trying
say
to cross
I
me.
appreciate
Best believe
the stuff
me.
that the military does, but I
shaking your
get how harrowing
I
and
kill vampires. You think I'm afraid of a jarhead?
emotionally taxing being in the army is, and I want all of the vets to
Looks
be
like our
taken
best
care
way
of
through.
and like treated with
holds
the
up the
basic human decency that they
other can
deserve, but also the type of person that usually goes into the military. If it's not for the financial reasons of being, you know, low income and being preyed upon, they're not the kind of people that I generally want to hang out with.
Are you okay?
What do you think? It's blocked. I gotta find another way around.
Well, rip Jason. As long as Salim got through. Oh, yes! You got it. Got it in one. Alright, bye, Jason. That's fine.
I just need to clear it from my side.
Do it quick. Those things could be anywhere.
Again, I just want Salim to be safe. I just want him to be okay.
You got any idea what we're dealing with?
Nope. Foreboding.
They're vampires.
Oh, we said it! We said the V word.
My father once told me, if something looks like shit and smells like shit, you don't have to taste it to know that it's shit.
No, for sure.
Believe me.
I'm not gonna actively condemn Jason, but also, I just want Salim to be alive.
Yeah, it's painted him to look like that.
Oh no, he's gonna get smushed! This is the premonition we saw earlier! If I fuck this up... No, 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 no! He's gonna get his head crushed! I think, I assume, probably. It's fine, we made it. Oof! What's over here? A premonition, you say? Like a badass! Fucking hell, Salim. Did I find all of them? Wait, excuse me. Did I find all of them? All but 2. Wonder what the achievement was for. Oh well. I mean, I'm here for it. I like me some achievements.
First thing you're gonna do when we get out of here?
Go see my son. Yell at him for stealing shit. Secrets. Hiccups.
You seem like you got your head screwed on. So I gotta ask, what the hell made you sign up with Saddam?
For us, we had no choice.
Bono. What up? What's this? I love you and you're cute too. Thanks. I think that says Mary is dead. I sat with her in her final moments, telling her how sorry I was. Hell-forsaken place, for placing my vanity above our love. When the end of everything, I knew she made me swear to bury this place. I remember you said that was your plan. I'm glad it's come in. I'm excited to see it when it's time. When it is time. It's gonna be great. I'm just super excited about Halloween in general. I'm gonna make an official announcement in the server, but since the last couple of Halloweens have kind of been a little fucked, if people want to share pictures of themselves in their Halloween costumes, you can go ahead and post pictures of that the day of in the Discord, and if people are okay with it, we can show it off, or at least do like a costume party. Virtually, since I'll be doing the like big long stream that day.
What is the meaning of those markings on your hand?
Nice.
It's to honor the dead. It's the reason I fight.
Makeup stream.
It's as good a reason as any.
It's a damn
nice. I'll try and make sure that I can attend it. I'm generally kind of busy on the weekends, but we're gonna be nice this whole time.
Maybe you.
That's super exciting, though.
Listen, there was a man once who built his house on the banks of a river.
Time for stories.
When the floods came, his wall washed away. When the droughts came, the water dried up and the man was thirsty. All day, the insects bit this man's flesh. Yet each night, he says to his wife, "We have all the fish we can eat." Your people chose this war, Jason.
Facts!
You need to give your mouth some rest.
Okay, but Salim's not wrong. Salim not incorrect. I'm super stoked for Halloween this year. Also, it makes sense. I feel like a lot of us are like got big plans for Halloween. We can make it a whole event. That's acceptable. Ah! Button time. It's fine. Yes, thank you for opening the door, vampire. You can't come in. I haven't invited you, though. Ah! Oh no, 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 oh no! Yeah, no, the bats look dope! I'm super happy with the creature design in this one. Oh, oh, I bet if I didn't make it, I would have stabbed him. Big fucking yikes! No, they look dope as fuck. It's definitely, I don't.
Say we get the fuck out of here.
I love some good creature design. very good monsters. I brought it up earlier, but if you haven't watched it, VHS 94 has a really cool segment towards the very beginning with a really neat monster that yeah, no, like absolutely they've got like Creature from the Black Lagoon vibes. It's like the face bit kind of looks like they've got those little fins that the that the creature has, kind of like gills.
Looks to me like a medical bay.
I love it.
This could come in handy.
I may post pictures of the monster from VHS.
If you want to stick 60,
I was screaming about it. It was so good. It's all practical. They have like a puppeteer working with it, and it's so cool. Speaking of dope monster designs.
Those chemical weapons are close, right?
That's the way they want us to go.
Every...
Oh, I'm just gonna interrupt them, not let them finish. How's Mary doing? Subject mostly unconscious, occasionally wakes and screams. Sweating sickness continues, saline supply low. Detected movement under the skin of the abdomen, around the location of the adrenal glands. R suggests exploratory surgery, but I fear M might not survive the operation. Subject weakening, more movement under the skin seen. Parasitic organism? Time of death, 2013. Oof.
Do you want to hear a joke?
Nope.
Sorry. The camp is in uproar. Workers are missing and Lady Bradshaw? But I can guess. She yearns for the same fate that blank she wants to be. Probably dead. She probably wants to be dead. Which, honestly, can't blame her in this situation. Monsters everywhere. No escape. Being trapped in some caves. It's a pretty not great situation. Autopsy notes. Specimen contains an inordinate amount of blood in its stomach. Analysis of blood samples show high density of adrenaline. Does the organism feed on fear? Instills fear in its victims, gets adrenaline pumping, attacks. So they're here for the adrenaline, not the blood per se. I see.
Whatever's down there, those explorers got there first. Hold up, will you?
I don't think I've said it before, but I fucking hate Jason's hat.
You think they're still alive? That's hopeful.
Hope is all we got left.
Alright, what we got? What we got? That water looks a little rough. I only pointed out because a lot of, or practically everything else in here looks great.
It's funny how you can know someone for years and never really know them. I had no idea my captain was...
Freaking bats. I love Halloween.
Yeah, show you were with earlier.
It's freaking bats! Thank you for the biddies, Bo!
You didn't make it.
That's very sweet of you.
Oh no! Your time will come.
It's fine!
When
I got
you
it!
deeply regret this moment.
Just me casually throwing my controller under my desk. It's fine. Forgot how to hold it. What?
Yeah, what Bo said, chug chug, am I right?
You right. You right. Thank you, Dougie. Are we really gonna... Yeah, IRL jump scare, it's fine. Are we really gonna try and do this hype train thing? Are we trying? Is that a thing? You don't gotta. I don't expect it. Dougie just got a new badge! Woo! Kimmerald.
Jack in the Box.
Kimmerald is the robot axolotl. She very good. She is solid being. An absolute staple here in the channel. We love Kimmerald.
What do you make of it? It's like nothing I've ever seen.
Bono, thank you for the gift sub. Oh, here comes the hype train. Chugga chugga, am I right?
See that elevator cable?
Oh no.
Must have gone down.
Get that train going.
I don't think they made it back up.
Thank you, Bo. Sarah?
The winch still looks functional.
Train?
No.
Train?
No.
We are not going down there.
But yeah, Mayor Emmy does all the channel art.
We're not archaeologists.
It's very good. They do a great job.
They are not down below.
Well, there's an army of monsters between us and the world above.
Guys, seriously though, thank you for the biddies, all the support. I appreciate it. Oh my god, y'all. Thank you, Willis. I appreciate it. My god, y'all.
Pause.
I'm pausing. We're pausing.
I gotta save my money for the Subathon, but here's what I got.
The Subathon. Thank you, Allie. Oh!
A single chugga is 8,046.72 centimeters, so shit in a bag.
Oh, not shit in a bag. But that is, I'm so glad somebody else has like clung to that stupid bit. Oh no.
Hi, I'm new here.
Hi, I'm new here. I'm Kayshurrr. Thank you, Bo. Oh my god, y'all, please.
Sorry, I'm drunk and a little manic.
It's a mood. It's fine. As long as you're having a good time and taking care of your dang self. Hey, remember to drink some water every once in a while, Dougie. Hey, you should drink some water. My goodness, you guys. Oh. Is it gonna?
I'm sober and bit manic.
It didn't. Oh, hold on a second. Y'all. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Bono. Thank you, everybody. I think it got deleted. No. Dougie made a funny. And I've ruined it. Yes, yeah, there you go. It won't let it, oh, you know why it won't let it through? Because I have Big Follow's banned. Can't do it. Thank you,
Let me chat.
You don't get to chat at all. Not ever. I didn't do anything. It's because I've got Big Follows banned, as like a term, and Automod won't. Yeah, Automod won't override it. There you go.
Wanna become famous? Buy followers, primes and viewers on asterisk.
There you go. There you go. Thank you guys. But remember, you are doing a subathon on Halloween. I mean, I probably should have mentioned that before you started blowing all your bits on this, but I do really appreciate it. Gonna go to asterisk right now. No subathon emote or notification. Channel command. One of those things just yet. I'm working on the deets. I'm excited to do it, but I'm also just like extremely tired right now. So I'll have to give you the deets this next week. Look, do we wanna, I'll figure it all out. I don't have the weird one, but I can sing it for you. Have you checked your butthole? Skid up, butt up, butthole. There you go. Have you checked your butthole? No, seriously, thank you guys.
Find them in their own home. What I've been doing since I set foot in this country.
Y'all are too nice.
Get that elevator working.
We love singing about butts here. Have you checked your butt? Have you? Have you checked your butthole? Skeet up, butt up, butthole? You should get that looked at, bud. I don't think that's safe. Also, why is everything green? Back to this ridiculous game that we're playing. Gotta warn everyone about the worms in your butt. This isn't gonna be great. I am very concerned. This fucking vampire's gonna jump on top of this cage and we're gonna fall and die. Or maybe we won't.
An
Ah!
ancient
Curator!
horror has awoken from its slumber and is hungry for blood.
It's been a minute, buddy.
Shall we see how many have fallen into shadow?
All of them, practically.
One returns to the light.
Cakes?
The other goes out.
He heard our call about buttholes.
Poor Eric.
No, not poor Eric. We
Bad
don't give a
luck.
shit about Eric.
But then again, Eric...
He is standing. There is a possibility for
fall
cakes.
Back on that highway, perhaps death finally caught up with him.
Oh,
Let's hope
teases!
nothing unfortunate has befallen Sergeant K. Those taken by the Abyss seldom live
I'm
to tell
upset.
the tale.
Also, thank you for
As
the
for
level
Jason
1.
and Salim, sworn enemies who cannot seem to bury
Music very good.
buried.
Good emote. Good emote.
I don't want to seem like an ungracious host, but time is against us.
I know. You know what else is
I'll be
against us?
here
Your
to read
fucking
your
cakes.
charges
I need to see them.
Or to bury what remains of them.
Right though. Right though. Oh, he had a skull face for a second. I still want to see them though. We've been denied the curator cakes this entire time, and I am actually kind of really upset about it. Let me look respectfully, please. What?
Again? Jesus, Eric, how many times? This is me. This is my way of dealing with it, and I'm done trying to explain it to you. Yes! Yes, this is my life now, and I'll live it on my terms. Wait, what did you just say?
Bad time?
Yeah, it's a real fucking bad time.
Okay, creator
I'm
needs
just
to
offering the
value
files
the
you
curator. Yes.
I said not now.
Well, I didn't mean to upset you.
It's not you.
Why are we doing this now?
Seems like out here we're all running away from something.
Rachel, Angie.
You were caught up in that mess at the checkpoint.
This is 3 weeks ago.
Shut that woman.
But
it's okay. You can talk to me.
It's just everyone seems to have an opinion on it. I'm dealing with it in my own way.
Are you?
You got your own problems.
thanks for
And
stopping
whoever
in,
that was, it
Dougie, and
sounded
thank you
like
for
a
all the lovely,
gold
lovely
medal
support that you give us. I hope you have a good rest of your night. We'll see you later, friend. Remember to drink some water. I demand that you drink some water.
Whatever it is, we'll deal with it.
Bye.
Just say the word, and I'll handle it for you.
Oh? Oh? It's not a trap, drink some water. Also, I'm sorry you didn't see the hype train. It happened. Emotes were handed out. You gotta drink water. Please? For me? For me? Oh! Eric's gonna come back as a... Oh no! She's also gonna come back as a monster. She's tripping balls right now. This isn't great. This isn't great. Eek!
Nick, I thought I lost you.
I thought I'd lost you.
Both good dogs. She's gonna turn blue. Oh, don't kiss him. Now the real question is she going to be an adult like Clarice was and be like, yo, I've been bitten, end me if it happens? Or when it happens, I guess, technically? Or is she going to hide the fact that she's turning? My guess is that she's gonna be a hider.
Over there.
Shut. We gotta shut. You always gotta shut. Always shut the door. Oh my god, that man is running.
Give me a fucking break here!
It's coming through. Run. Go, go, go.
No team killing. Also.
Listen, Linda. Listen.
Listen. Listen. Everyone's just gonna assume it's fine. Oh no. Okay, let's not fuck this one up this time. It's fine. Right, they're very, very dumb. I wouldn't, like, it wouldn't surprise me if she started turning blue and they're all like, it's probably just all the blood on you. Oh, fuck. Oh! You heard nothing. How did he not see that? Or hear that? Okay, bye, buddy. Okay, bye!
All clear.
Like, we gotta be, like, near the end, right? Like, I'm only missing 2 premonitions, which you usually get most of those, access to most of those, like, up until, like, the last third of the game?
That was too close back there.
We're still breathing.
We've not all been so lucky.
All that matters is you're okay.
Maybe not, because the one that we just saw
About what?
was turned,
us.
like, at the very beginning
need
of the
to know
game, and
what's
that was at,
happening with
like,
us.
23
If I die
something
I want to die
BC.
knowing where I stand with you.
We have a future together. Eric and I had been done for a year.
So I assume that they're more like,
Rachel,
do you love me?
do you love me?
It might take ages, that is true.
Memories
But it
of
has
the
also
past.
been ages?
I like that.
Answer me.
I do. I do love you.
Maybe it takes more ages. Twice as many ages. Maybe. Either that or it's like a vampire versus a ghoul kind of a situation.
I can't lose you. Not now. Not ever.
Right, they kiss and then she just goes, nom 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 nom. Chomp, 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 chomp. Oh, hey, look at this
Jason.
convenient mark.
He's alive.
Bono.
Jason.
Bono. No bite hiding. We don't bite hide here. We do know that you're a cheesy vampire. These are known facts. not the cottage cheese. Also, we're in a pit. This has to be real close to the end, right?
In my life, nothing comes close to this. They don't seem to be following.
Do you like to wait for them, or?
We love you, Celine.
Just move.
No bites. No bites. Tell you what I tell Llama. No bites. Open that ledger up. What do we got? What do we got? Many finds in the temple confirm our hypothesis that the temple was used for sacrifice. We know that a century-long drought afflicted the Akkadian Empire, and the same dry spell that affected the Old Kingdom in Egypt. Drought caused the abandonment of many cities across Mesopotamia and drew the Gutian barbarian tribes down from the mountains to the plains, bringing them into conflict with the Akkadians. In this temple, we see evidence of an increasingly desperate attempt to turn the tide by appeals to the gods. Related finds: R6, black onyx, Mesopotamian, Ur-Il period. Onyx stones were symbolic of negative energy and of calamity, perhaps due to the belief that evil Udug demons inhabited the earth. Oh, is that what we're fighting? It's Udug demons. Lovely green weather we're having here. R19 hold stone, Mesopotamian Ur-Il period. The stone shows figures praying towards an eclipse. Combined with R6, the piece portrays an eclipse that presages a disaster. We found one of those. We found the one with the hole in it. Neat. Anything else? There's this thing. Don't touch it.
What is that? Cocoon? It looks like those things came from here.
This is where they're born!
When did you become a scientist?
They don't teach you American science at school?
Yeah, it's not... Formaldehyde has a very distinct smell, my dude. I don't want to touch the cocoons, though. It's not a matter of, like, it being evil or anything. I just would prefer not to touch the thing that these things were born from.
Randolph
Also not gonna lick it.
Maybe he's got some intel that could help.
Sorry.
Didn't help him.
Oh.
Shit.
Nope. No pages for us. That's right, you set it back down on the ground. What's this? Hello. Why do you still have a tongue? You shouldn't have that. Okay. Something tells me that I can't. Oh.
Mary Hodgson. She's gotta be his wife.
Their story didn't end so well.
Yeah, no, it was,
What? I can't end up like this.
Fruity. When this temple falls, my wife and I will be blank. I owe her that, at least. The portrait that I carry in my watch case is the Mary that I remember, not the... Don't turn him blue.
This was all Lady Bradshaw's doing.
Not the
She
blue.
knew all along what was
Not a
down
case
there.
of the blue.
She led us to them. I found her below, hunched over the murdered corpse of Van Hoyten. As she turned to face me, I saw that she had changed.
Oh, dang.
My hand fell to the closest weapon I could find.
The purples
Iron
are very
tendril.
serious.
I stabbed her with the metal, impaling her in the heart. She died. Unholy screams echoed from deep below, as if answering the sudden release of blood.
It's not great. It's not great. Yeah, I do like those like little interludes that we get. I think they're neat. It's a cool way of telling whatever's in the notes. This looks safe. Salim, I need you to get out of here, honey. You're gonna die. I need you to not be here. I am worried for you.
In Makanda.
Yeah, what you said. What the fuck is this place?
Are they aliens? Is this real? Is this? Is this really the twist that we're going with? They're not demons. They're not actually vampires. They're aliens. You did, Fruity. You 100% called it.
Is this even real?
I mean, might as well, right? Fucking love Stargate.
We are being judged. God is punishing us all for the mistakes we've ever made. Zayn is all I have left in this world.
Freaking bats. Look, look.
After my wife
Freaking
left
bad
us,
aliens.
I gave him my all.
Love space.
I wanted him to have everything I didn't.
Aw, Salim.
It's a fucking gig.
It is. But
Absolutely.
my boy has
Aliens
to be
require
very
eggs.
He's going to London, to university. If only he would stop stealing. I miss him so much.
Gotta get you home. Gotta get you home.
Is your conscience clear, Jason?
It's time to admit it.
Green zone. Checkpoint.
What checkpoint?
Oh. Excuse me, I just
Nick and
cracked my
I-
neck.
We were caught in traffic. Checkpoint had been hit before by suicide bombers. There was a woman. She was carrying a bag. Fuck.
Tell me.
Whoa! What is happening? Game, why?
Order.
I didn't touch anything.
I ordered for her to stop, loud and clear, but she didn't. She just kept on walking. I
Real life jump scares.
had to make a call.
And you did it bad, Jason.
He shot her dead.
Not the cheese vamps. Yikes.
What was in the bag?
Fucking groceries.
Groceries.
I don't understand.
I need
Why
the
did
cheese
you
vamps to
stop?
leave the PlayStation alone. Please and thank
She
you.
didn't hear me. She had fucking headphones on. Huh. This?
this bullshit. I'm not here to honor the dead. The truth is, my life was going nowhere fast. I jumped at the chance.
No.
We all have our reasons. They don't have to be profound.
Profound, huh?
It is nice to see that, like,
Towers were hit.
oh my
I
god.
was stoned out
Sorry.
of my fucking skull.
It's nice to see that Jason does feel
I
like
didn't
bad
even hear
about the
it till
situation.
a week later. How's that for profound? I don't even know what the fuck I'm doing here.
You're serving your country.
That woman had a family, friends.
I mean, I still don't
She had her whole life in front of her. And
still
we
don't have
snuffed
much
it out with a
remorse for
single
him, but it's
bullet.
nice to know that he does, you know,
what the fuck?
Feel shitty about the bad call he made. Cool, you are a person. Congrats.
I can hear you thinking.
We're waiting for something to happen. Maybe we should take the initiative and make something happen.
What'd you have in mind?
We go inside there and we find a way to hurt them.
Those fucking things tried to fuck with our
Right?
head.
Jason? A person?
They tried to kill us. You and I, we're both standing. Start believing, Salim. We're
I
gonna
mean, he
get
was
out
like
of
the
here.
next worst compared to Eric, and so it's just, again, just nice to know that he does have...
Hoorah!
Oh no. Okay,
What
sorry. That
on
brought it back down.
a
Thank
Marine
you,
thing.
Salim.
So, does that make me a Marine too?
Let's not get ahead of ourselves, huh?
Okay.
Hey, whatever happens out there, I got your back.
We'll stand
I
together.
fucking love Salim.
The only way.
And I am kind of glad that he got paired up with Jason. It kind of makes... opens up a whole new slew of experiences for Jason. Like, potentially addressing some of the serious racism he had going on earlier. We are deep! We are 3,500 feet deep! Good God. Also, that's a lot of eggs. My goodness. Ah, don't step on him!
What is this?
Not fireworks. There's a thing in there. Don't stop. Do you think they're gonna say that, like, Pazuzu, who is supposedly a demon of, like, famine and illness, right, is these monsters? We as humans saw them and we're like, ah, demon! Because they do kind of look similar. Just a little bit. No! Not alien pregnation! Please.
Stay close.
I don't think they need a host. It looks like they're just cool, chilling out there. This is definitely like a softer version of some Geiger shit.
I think so. The question is, where the hell are they?
I like it. It looks cool. It's neat. I just want to make sure I'm not missing anything.
This moths is everywhere.
Is it just me, or is it alive?
We have been asking for chest bursters this entire time. So if we could get one, that'd be pretty dope!
Salim, over here. God didn't make these creatures.
No. It's possible we've got this wrong way around.
What's that supposed to mean?
Maybe we're intruding on them.
Twitch. This is fine.
Check this out.
Sounds like music.
That don't sound like any music from where I'm from.
Okay, maybe not music. Could be, a language.
You've seen those motherfuckers. They're not exactly the chatty type.
Not that you know.
Underestimate them.
Exactly.
This place. Those things are intelligent.
Salim knows what's up. Which, can I play as him again, please? They don't play with their food. Look at his little face! Hi, buddy.
Sleep. Check this out.
They're sweet, polite little guys.
It's one of those creatures, only older.
Ancient.
You don't think it's alive, do you?
You're right? Smiley alien baby. I love him.
Touch it.
You touch it.
100% he's smiling.
Pussy.
He's just like, oh, hi. Hello. Touch, touch. Well, that's not great.
Fuck, it was close. Thanks.
Did you see that?
Of course I fucking saw it.
That creature is fossilized. Must be millions of years old.
Right? Idiot. You've made a terrible mistake. Well, now they know we're here. And then the Reapers show up and tell us that this hurts us. And then we die, and the whole world implodes.
I ain't going nowhere.
Right? What could possibly go wrong? Touch it. Touch it. Touch this one too. Oh, it's our buddy!
It's an avocado!
Thanks! It's the dude from the beginning.
Shit.
Why is he preserved? How is he preserved?
Armor. This guy's goddamn biblical.
Oh, he's alive!
Did you see that?
But I wanna.
I think he's still alive.
Ditch, ditch.
Oh, that's impossible.
Hi, Mama.
Everything's possible.
Oh, shit. Fucker's been alive all this time, just sitting here with half a head.
Fluid. It must have preserved his flesh. His brain.
Holy shit.
What should we do?
That's horrifying.
Can't leave him like this.
Well, shit. You had enough time to get used to it?
I'm serious.
Stab him in the head. No, don't shoot him. Thank you, Salim.
The noise will attract the vampires. I'll do it.
I love Salim.
ارتحت دلوقتي في موتك.
Salim is a good guy. I love him. I do like this level design though. Like, this place looks awesome. This isn't, that's not where I was expecting this to go. At all. And I don't hate it. Like, I don't hate the alien twist. Oh, yeah! I can see that. fucking hate those bugs. Anything over here? 100%. I promise. I promise we'll take you out. Same though. Please don't let any of us end up like that. Don't let us stay there for that long. Do us a kindness. Boof. I'd still say that this is probably one of the weaker entries for the Dark Pictures Anthology, but this has kind of brought it back to an extent. Like, I like this. Oh, look at the skull! I want one!
Lame. Looks like someone's been avoiding the dentist. No fangs.
He old.
The bone is ruptured where they should be, as though smashed from the inside out.
What are you saying?
Maybe these things weren't originally vampires. Maybe they got infected.
Oh. Go get those brownies. I'm assuming that's a call to get brownies. Nice. That sounds delicious. This seems like a bad place to be.
Sleep. What is it? I think we hit the mother.
Maybe. I don't even necessarily know that it would have to be like something that turns everyone into vampires or something. Holy shit. But something on, like, just here on the planet, like, interacted with them wrong and changed their physiology.
Yeah. And I am thinking what you're thinking.
An egg of eggs. Big egg. Big.
Quietly.
No egg in my butt. No, thank you. I assume it wants me to go around the terrible firework vines. Why does it sound like everything is waking up? Hydrate. Hold on a second. Hydrate reminder from Travis, as well as stretch reminder. Yo, we've been at it for 5 hours. Let's go. Oof. I did say that it was going to be a long stream. Oof. Okay. We've got to be, like, I know I said it a little while ago, but, like, we got to be close, right? Well, this is getting troublesome. 7 hours to go. No! No 12-hour stream. I'm not prepared for that. Although I do love me some ooblets. Slim has to go to space to fight the aliens. He actually becomes Doom Guy. This is how we get Doom. And I'm fine with that. do love me some space, though. Okay, that's where they want me to go, right? Is there anything over here that I can interact with? There are bones! We got some bones! Yeah, 100%. This is the origin of Doom.
They died fighting each other.
Yeah! He interacts with the aliens a little much, like too much. Grows real tall. And then rips out the eyeballs on Kako demons. It's fine. Did y'all not know the origin story of the Doom guy? Oh, that's a problem. He's goopy! That's a fresh boy! Now we know! Thank you, Jason. Fuck. Oh, hi, Nick! Hi, buddy! How's it going? I think the aliens are real cute. How's it going, though, friend? Hey, mods, can we get a shout out for Nerdy Birdie?
I'll cover you. Go!
Go, Celine, go! Get out of there! That's fair! We super duper appreciate lurkers here. It's all good. Whoa! So I wasn't super impressed with the game to start, and it's just gotten awesome now.
You turned up like the fucking cavalry.
And it's amazing.
I thought you were dead.
And I love it.
Not my time.
Don't care much for the characters, but like, double shout out. You also play. Okay, hold on. I wouldn't necessarily say the game is a slow starter. The characters are just extremely unlikable. They're all very military dude bro about everything, and that just immediately puts me off and gives me the heebie-jeebies. One character won't take no for an answer, another keeps making really gross, like, sexist comments. They do an oorah, and it's nasty. But yeah, so you played Made of Scare, I see. Did you like it? That was the very first game that I ever played on stream, like a year ago, and I really enjoyed it. I hope you liked it. Yeah, they say oorah multiple times. It's not great. We do love Salim. I will say that. Salim, very good. I'm invested in making sure that he lives, and if others happen to survive the whole situation, it's fine. Right, no, exactly. It's like, if you don't care for the characters and they die, oh, well, it's so fun to watch the various ways that they die. You're still playing it. It's a good one. Some of the puzzles are a little rough, but you'll figure it out. Corpse Party 2020? Is that a new one? Or is it like a remake of the older one? Also, I wouldn't say that this one is scary. I think Man of Medan and Little Hope were scarier in some aspects than this one is. But it's pretty alright. Yeah, it's got some creep factor to it for sure. Are you not a boat person? Boats and zombies not your thing? Man of Medan was really good. I was surprised with it. Especially like with Until Dawn being like one of my favorite games. I'm gonna keep going because we gotta get ready. No, I can 100% see that being a spooky thing for a lot of people, or something that's just like hits a little too close to what you fear. Is that It might be Ashley Tisdale. I was asking earlier why she sounded so familiar, and I don't think I, like, put it together that she looked like her. Can somebody look this up real fast? Is Rachel Ashley Tisdale? Please, please, I need somebody to confirm. It is?
I need a plan.
Fuck those things up and get the fuck out.
Good plan.
Sergeant K, what do we got left?
Well,
so we got
there we go.
8 clips of 556 FMJ.
It did not register with me at all.
9mm pistols, 4 clips between them. And 1 block of composition
We're
C4.
all in this together. Except we're not, because I've definitely abandoned and actively killed a few of you, but it's fine.
Got this.
Holy shit, okay.
It's old, unpredictable.
Work with what we got.
Now fuses are shot.
Two Pros are just the basketball team, 100%.
Still back up punch.
Absolutely.
Players come from those platoons.
This is the new headcanon. I'm here for it.
In there.
Beautiful, beautiful.
Burn as many of those motherfuckers as we can and hit the surface. What do you think, Sergeant?
To be fair, I think I've seen High School Musical like once. Was not my jam. I think at that point I was still into like.
I'm not gonna allow him to carry a pistol.
I was into weirder
past
things.
That point now, man. We stand together as one.
I'm here for it though.
Still got that med kit. That'd be a good time to use it.
Oh right, he's got a thing in his arm. Is he also gonna get turned?
It's like a bitch. I gotta stop the bleeding.
Looks like our
Look, I'm here for
friends are
it.
Here too. We should search this place
Holy
before
shit.
we move out.
Okay. What was happening? A lot just occurred, and it's fine, but oof. Salim! Our sweet boy! Oh, I'm playing as Rachel now! Okay. Alright, alright. Yeah, Doom Pre-story. Oh! Here's the music to High School Musical now. As I discover more about the musical language of these creatures, my mind spins in wonder at how they came to be here. Did they soar through the skies in the days of dinosaurs? Did their great empire span the globe while we were still swinging from the trees? They are dead now. Their forms are somewhat like our own, but everything else about them is alien to life as we know it. The console displays what appears to be a constellation of stars. Cetus is seen from Earth. Did they come here from beyond, crossing great gulfs of space to land here? Are they trying to get home? No, I flipped over the page. Does it? Why? Game, what are you doing? Oh! Who is that? Who's that? Hi, Seal! That looks like the lady from Man of Medan. Oh! Is this for the next one? I wonder if that's like an Easter egg for the next game. Game so far has been a whole event. It's gotten better.
They'll work.
They'll work. I should have said it sooner, but I'm sorry about Eric's death.
Thank you.
Yeah, surprise. This is just the Doom pre-story. It's fine. It's a prequel.
Watch your hands.
It's nothing. I'm just cold.
We're turning. Rachel is turning into a vampire. Nick might also be turning into a vampire. Vampires are actually aliens. Salim is still alive. Jason is here, and we killed Eric. So it's going pretty great, all things considered. Oh? Hunts victim, implants parasite. Parasite gestates, host death. Parasite takes over. She's just cold. She's just chilly. Like I said earlier, my biggest turn off was just the characters. The characters were extremely unlikable. Can they all live? I assume that a couple of them have to die. But I think like the 5 main ones can survive. And I think we've only killed one of the main guys. They're coming. We must end it here with blank. If there is time, my last act will be to dictate this diary onto blank, found in the rubble, and can serve as a warning to any who blank.
None of them made it out alive.
Yeah, you gotta kill Eric. He's the worst. He's actually the worst.
I wouldn't give to see daylight again.
Daylight and a cold one.
Rachel.
Yeah.
Unless we get the baddest ending like
Sorry
last
for
time.
your loss.
Yeah.
Eric was a good man.
He was.
I tried to kill Eric way earlier, and it didn't work out. But that's okay. Alright, what does this say? Thank you, guys. Eric was not a great man. He was the worst. He was actually the worst. Pickaxes, rope, plywood box, 790 watt. What? Arc lamps, crowbars, gas masks. To whoever finds this,
What was
forget
in it
me.
for him? Is it really all about these tablets?
I have sabotaged the dynamite to prevent my colleagues from sealing this temple to the world. Lady Bradshaw was right to bring me here. These creatures are a key to limitless power. There are secrets here that could allow humanity to reach across the stars, perhaps even achieve immortality itself. Please safeguard this ruin, and do not think badly of me for what I have done. I serve only the future. But, Merwin! Was that his name? He was the actual worst. He just made gross jokes all the time and needed to, like, stop. Everything he did, he needed to stop. Hi, Salim. We killed him very quickly. The bean has found her box.
It's singing.
He looks so pleased. Oh! It's blue time.
Hey.
She's blue. Da boo dee da boo die. I don't want to say her actual name because she'll hear me. But y'all know who I'm talking about.
Musical scales.
Not
Sonic
cheese.
Mary was a pianist. She deciphered it.
Not the cheese time.
She thought these carvings represented the stars.
Fruity and Sarah's got it.
See this? The whale.
We're a long way from the night sky.
It's a mystery. According to the journal, there was only one scale of sound in the device. But Mary was studying it alone. I think there may be another. I'm going to need your help.
What can I do?
This console is too big to operate single-handedly.
Not too big, it's you are too small, sir. Yes, fill chat up with the bean. What is happening? He had to get bigger. I love Subnautica. It's a good game. I think I was supposed to, like, mirror what Salim was doing, but I did a very bad job of it. we got there. It's fine.
Isn't that something? And Mary believed that these creatures were once peaceful. Their language was one of music.
But this is the language of these
Tragedy
aliens.
fell upon them. Their great empire
Oh.
collapsed. Their music fell silent, and they turned on each other. What happened? Sickness? Madness?
I don't think Rachel's doing so good.
Whatever it is, it twisted them. Now they're creatures of hate. Animals. Dead things. No one left to kill. So they slept. And they waited.
This isn't gonna be great.
They waited for us.
Can somebody look at Rachel and see that she's being weird? Can someone please look at Rachel and see that she's being weird? Well, now she's screaming, so, you know, everyone knows. Are we gonna get a head bursting scene? It'll almost be like a chest bursting scene.
Rachel, look at me.
She's starting to go a little blue. She's starting to go a little blue.
She has it. It's inside her.
Ugh! Oh! Oh, their ship was attacked or damaged or something and they crashed. I see Italy. Sorry. Oh.
They came from the
Thanks
stars.
for the trophy.
This isn't their home. It's an ark.
Right? Right? We were the monsters all along.
Do something! She's turning into one of them!
Yeah, you gotta kill her.
I'll put her out of her misery. Hold her the fuck down.
There's gotta be a way we can't lose her!
There's no other way.
Nick!
Hold her down.
Yep, there we go.
Kill me. I'm trying.
Fuck Rachel.
Killed the dinos, couldn't cope with life, and then mutated.
I have to put you down.
It's emergency tracheotomy time.
What are you waiting for?
Do it! Fucking do it! It's unfortunate. I'm not particularly happy about it. And I don't give a shit what the game says. It was the right choice.
Stand up, Sergeant K. Those things aren't dumb. They'll have heard the gunshot. We need to move the fuck out.
Dang it. No, watch, she wasn't actually turning. We all just freaked out for nothing. Aww. Sleem, do you want to give Jason a hug? No, you're gonna stab her in the... Okay. I see. I did. I killed Ashley Tisdale. Oopsies! Yeah, about that, Bunno. Sorry, friend. It's for the greater good. Oh, they're waking. Oh, they're waking. Yeah, but... Yeah, but...
You know what I'm saying?
Don't hide the bites. No teen kills.
Thousands of them.
I wonder if she was only interpreting what was happening because she was infected. You know? And she, like, heard the song, which I assume is, like, the history of the aliens. I don't regret my choice, basically.
Shit, they're hatching.
We gotta move. Quick. Okay.
Stream's infected. I'm sorry, guys.
We've been hit hard tonight. We lost brothers. Rachel's gone. So's the Colonel. But now, it's time to get some payback.
You don't know that.
We plant charges on as many of those clusters as possible and then detonate them remotely. Second those charges go off, we haul ass to the exit. If luck is on our side, we'll do more than fry a few vampires. Create a diversion. Swing.
I am.
Okay then. Let's get loose, kids.
Oh no.
Okay. Who's going to place the dynamite?
Nick. Nick will place the dynamite.
Alright, fuck it. I'll do it.
Thank you.
You're crazy. We'll do it together.
Nah, the more of us down there, the more chances we'll get seen. Takes a detonator. If I don't make it...
Nick!
Hear me out. If I don't make it, I want you to blow those charges. Just don't go getting trigger happy on me.
Every step of the way, you keep him radio contact.
I'm kind of invested in making Jason get out of here. I feel like he's grown a lot as a person.
Shit go up.
Like, he's learned so much.
Be quick.
He has the potential to grow even more. And I want him and Salim to be best friends for forever. I want him to throw away that stupid hat, though. Yes, Nick is going to space. Jason is a godparent. Absolutely. What's that? What's that? What's that? I'm trying to inspect. Oh!
There's one ahead of him. There's left.
Nick, the cocoons are hatching ahead of you. You gotta move fast.
No, don't make me be in charge of Nick.
First dynamite is down. Over.
This is a problem. This is a problem.
Which way? Left or right?
He's there! He won't leave! Oh! Oh, yikes! Spooky, 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 spooky!
It's getting kinda hairy down there, brother. Why don't you ditch the rest of those charges and head back?
Look at that, man. It's the mother load.
It's too far.
Gotta take it out. Right? Fully expected a grab scare. Advance! You know what? Whatever. If we fucking... If Nick dies, Nick dies. I need him to take out as much as possible to ensure Jason and Salim can get out of here. Oh, fuck.
Oh, no.
What is it?
There are too many. He's a dead man.
Sweet baby Jesus.
Baby cheeses?
Wait. What will warning him do now? There is no way out.
Get him to set as many charges as possible. He knew what he was signing up for.
How's it looking up there?
Not good, my dude.
Tell him.
They're all over you, man. Hundreds of them.
Means you've got the boss to tell me the truth.
No, Jason, I have to kill the demons. No, Nick,
sorry,
you
Nicky.
are the demons. And then Nick was a demon. And Jason watched.
war, Jason. Bad shit happens. Okay, out.
Oh fuck. It's hard to pay attention when there's stuff moving around behind the thing I'm paying attention to. Thanks for gulping. Thanks for gulping, Nick. Rah! Okay. These are grenades full of love, my dude. I can't keep doing this.
Charges in place.
Mad bug skills. We got this, we got this. If you just like slowly, they can smell your fear. Not this guy. I told you I used to be a DDR master, right? Back in the day. Aww. Bye, Nick. Jesus. Okay, y'all should stop watching and start going. Right? No, and that's what I was saying. Like, he didn't seem entirely set on coming back anyway. So you might as well go for the biggest possible damage you can do. I like how not all the explosions are rendering in, and so they're just blobs at first. There's Devo. Hi, bud. No! Hello. Right, Nick's girl is dead. He did. What?
Does anyone copy?
No fucking way. No fucking way.
I hear you, buddy. What's your position?
I'm 200 meters from the door.
Nick!
Bearing 320.
Nick!
I'm injured. I need help.
First off, that's not how that would have worked. If he survived that explosion, I imagine all the vampires are still alive. Not just this guy. Oh, is this where he gets his neck snapped?
Hang tight, Sergeant. We're on our way.
Don't show up. It's over. It's fine. Right? He'd be so burned. He wouldn't be able to talk. No. Can't you
get me?
I forward at all times. Kay, are you with me? She can go down to 24 hours. Nick, I need you here.
Absolutely. No, like he wouldn't have survived this, and I'm kind of annoyed that he has. Oh well.
I got you.
I do kind of like the fact that some of these like really extreme choices that I'm making have succeeded in like having some of these characters survive, because that'll give me an idea of what to do for when I try and make a run where I let everyone live. And also a run where everyone dies, assuming I don't kill everyone here. These load times, or these load screens. I wish They were less intrusive. Ain't got time to bleed.
Where the fuck is Salim?
I think the other ones did better about...
These were a godsend.
I mean, we definitely still have time to fuck everything up. It's true.
He's still alive.
I'm just saying. Wait.
Salim.
Did you fucking leave Salim behind?
I am surrounded. I'm in real trouble here. Vampires. So many.
If Salim dies and these other two escape, I will still consider that the worst ending.
What's there to think about? We go back down there. We die with them.
Yeah. Nick's right.
No way I can make it out alone, Jason. Come with me.
No, Nick's not right. You gotta go save the boy.
He ain't one of us.
Oh my god.
You're wrong. Salim is one of us now. Marines don't leave their own behind.
Jason, you absolutely made up for everything.
Tell my son.
No, you gotta go save Salim, please.
I'm coming to get you.
Please go get my boy. The only one that I have been with the entire time. You cannot do this. Why did you leave him behind? Oh, I'm so upset right now. Please.
You've come to join the fun.
Sling, now's not the time to be laughing. I'm glad you feel like you can joke, but we gotta go. Fuck.
Jason!
Jason! Jason! Ah! Fuck yeah! That's my boy!
You just throw that thing at me.
That's my boy! Yeah! Look at his stupid face! Rip and tear! Sorry, okay. We did get the Slayer achievement. This fight seems so good! No, it's like 100% Jason and Salim are best friends now. Inseparable. The only time that I will say Semper Fi actually, like, in this case, just fuck yes! Yes! Oh!
Takes more than a few bats to kill you.
Fuck off, Nick!
Oh man, that was
Hoorah!
unbelievable. Those things were all over us, but me and Salim busted through them like it was the last down of the goddamn Super Bowl.
If they don't have a gay awakening, I'm gonna be very upset. Because I kind of ship it now.
No, we're not out of the woods yet. What I see in front of me, you're the best.
I need Jason to become like the super woke army boy. I know they won't, but I can ship it in my head. Not the oorah, not the oorah. I fucking love Salim. It's true. Maybe I will. Maybe I will. No, I just need Jason to become like the ultra woke, like veteran who's extremely critical of the American war industrial complex. And also has his gay boyfriend here. Please. It's so good. No, this has won me over. I love it.
What's up?
Even with my headcanon not coming true, I still love it. What's happening? Oh. to kick her off a cliff, didn't I? It's true, we just needed to kill Eric for the game to start being good.
She was dead the moment they lay hands on her.
As soon as Eric was out of the picture. Also, I'm button ready. We got this. We got this. I say this and then I'm gonna like immediately fuck up. Oh, I think this is the other premonition that we saw. Wait, where is Salim? Did he go ahead of them? They're all together. Okay, it's fine. Okay. Woof. I'm so worried for my boy.
We can get out. We just have to climb.
No, same. I mean, at this point, it's definitely our boys. I'm still indifferent to Nick. But, like, Jason and Celine need to make it out. It's true. Celine would have shown everyone up. Look at them! Did they get out? Is this it? That is the sun. I assume that's the sun. I'm not gonna take my hands off the controller. What am I doing? Fair. Fair. Nick did piss off Eric, which means it was great. It says we're at 0 feet, but I'm not... I wouldn't put it past it to suddenly let the ground under me fall out again, and then we end up back right where we started.
You still with me, buddy? We got 2 alive. Very fucking ready to go home, Marines here.
Right, you saw the caverns get away from there.
2-1 actual to Coyote 2. Radio check, over.
This is Coyote 2, solid copy. Evac units are being prepped. ETA 5 hours. Wait, over.
Improvise, adapt, and overcome. We fucking did it!
Okay, I need you to back away from the hole.
Look around you. So quiet.
Hello, sunshine. Am I happy to see you?
Those damned dirty apes!
My boy. You must be worried about me.
It's eclipse time. Oh shit. Oh fuck. Oh shit. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh shit.
Oh no. Not again.
No! We can't wait 5 hours!
Seal the exits! We hold them here!
Hide in the heroin hole! Hide in the heroin hole!
What's the sun back? You tell me, I don't know shit about space.
It's what, like 10 minutes tops? I genuinely don't know how long an eclipse lasts. I know the eclipse won't last 5 hours, but I'm still just so concerned. No! No! Ah! Get my plate down!
Push those motherfuckers back to hell!
almost out!
Fuck are we gonna do?
Eclipses can last up to 7 minutes, 31 seconds. That's too long.
Where's the ammo? These are fucking clear. Fuck! We use what we got.
I mean, yeah, still not 5 hours, but can we last the 7 minutes? Thank you for the knowledge, Bertie. Now we know. I'm so concerned!
It's been interesting knowing you.
Oh wait, it's fine, it's Nick. I mean, it's still not great, but like... Oh no, Salim. Fuck, okay. So concerned. Like an eternity! Alright, it's your turn. What are you doing this round? You got 6 seconds. I can see it and I dig it. I love it. Oh my god! Like I said, I think they do the slow motion when it's, like, during like, the combat sequences, so that you know that you're, like, switching characters and it's not as jarring. And I appreciate it, but holy shit!
I need to see my boy.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do, Salim. Oh.
A souvenir.
Hang it on your wall. Get it mounted.
Salim, wait. Good luck, brother. You wish Zane a happy birthday from me.
His birthday was yesterday, you goober. I need them to stay in touch, at the very least. Like, they're now best friends. Oh, his little wiggly walk. Our sweet boy is so tired. Oh. And then the floor gives out. The ground caves in, and Salim gets sucked into the caverns once again. I think we did it as well. I think we've done it. Too far. Into the sunset. Oh no, Fruity. It's okay. He's fine. He's okay.
There.
I'm still not entirely sure that
Get us the fuck out of here.
Nick isn't infected. Understandable. You didn't want to curse it? I appreciate it.
Where?
Are they not gonna question the big bat creatures?
2 survivors. Returning to base.
Oh, sound's going funky. Yeah, okay, so 5 people in total can survive. We managed to...
Freely they stood who stood, and fell who fell.
I mean, definitely.
Not bad. You've guided some of your charges to the light, while others have fallen to the darkness.
That's
Survival
okay.
often comes at a great cost.
I'm shocked as many
A cost
survived as
that
they did.
others sometimes must pay.
Cake? Cake for us?
I look forward
Cake
to
for
our
us?
next encounter, perhaps.
There they are!
Story that's a little more homely.
Not nearly as
time,
great, but
someone
still very
you'll be
good.
Guaranteed of a decent night's sleep. Rest assured, wherever it is,
The next one's
you'll
definitely
find
going to be a
it
hotel.
extremely hard to leave. Until the next time.
Okay, so I think
You know the way out.
Eric, Rachel, Nick, Salim, and Jason are the 5 that can survive. Is my assumption. Especially since those are the only 5 that we can have a relationship with. Or, like, we have a relationship bar with. I am curious how the others would survive. Eric and Rachel. I'm pretty sure we could have just not shot Rachel and or shot the vampire that was on top of her that got her infected. Yeah, it felt like we had to.
I just got off the red eye. What's your excuse?
So, I don't know.
Good flight?
Oh, shit movie, shit meal, no leg room.
They cram you in the back?
What's happening
By
here?
the toilets.
Nice.
Coffee wasn't so bad, though. Good fucking muffins.
Did you read the brief?
On the flight. I was going with the
Travis.
analysis team.
The ISG team took heavy losses.
Can we have a
but it
lollipop?
wasn't
That was
a secret
curator.
bastard.
I'm
Just had to scrape
concerned.
some of them off the floor.
I'm concerned.
Bastards. And the entities?
Like nothing we've seen before.
It's the aliens!
Cool check, Jason. First Lieutenant, Marine Force Recon.
Oh
The
no.
best of the best, huh?
Or so they advertised.
Fuck! Now how many times do I have to keep telling you the same damn story?
I understand. However, CENTCOM needs to iron out any irregularities.
Such as? The whole fucking thing was irregular.
Such as why you allied with an enemy combatant?
You weren't fucking there! Those things were ripping us to shreds. I don't give a damn who it was. We needed all the help we could get.
I stepped back into that hell to save Salim. And that man was worth 5 of you people. Semper fucking Fi!
And Colonel King?
What about Colonel fucking King?
How did he die?
He led us all the way to hell. Hell burned him up.
It's true.
So they cooperated with an Iraqi soldier down there?
Republican Guard, if you can believe it. Must have made a hell of an impression for Kolchak to go back for him.
That's because Salim was precious.
Nothing to show. He walked.
The hell's that mean?
By the time the extraction team got here, he was gone. Could be across the border by now.
Sneaky son of a bitch. Now I see why Kolchak enlisted his help.
Facts.
The analysis team are still pulling specimens from the site. It's carnage down there.
They used dynamite?
We don't know how they got their hands on it.
No, I'm done. I told you already. It was a city, a goddamn city full of those things. There were cocoons down there. Fucking thousands of them.
How many organisms were still alive down there?
Too many. Overall's sake, they all fucking burned.
This is like Winterfold all over again.
Uh-huh. Ah, and here we have Colonel Eric King, our in-house genius. He definitely got more than he bargained for.
Those two were married, right?
In the loosest sense of the word.
That's quite the love bite.
It's a damn shame is what it is. The Colonel had a lot more to answer for.
I think Salim's wife
This comes
is
down to
dead.
Kayshurrr.
Is not in the
And this
picture
puts
at the
the
very
temple
least.
down to
He's
what
a
we
single
thought.
parent.
Piece of shit system.
I wouldn't say that. It's been a big find for us. We've been lucky.
A beautiful
This
polycule
is
would have
your
been perfect
definition
then.
of lucky?
It's fine. He can still take him home and have him be a daddy to Zane. And he'd get an extra parent. It'd be great. Right? Easier. Lol.
She was infected.
Yikes.
Her comrades had no choice but to...
Parasite?
Extracted.
She was
You read her
infected.
profile.
Yeah. She could have gone far. If this hadn't happened. We still on for next Sunday?
Janet's making hot pot. You bet your ass we're on.
Hot pot.
I'll never get used to this job.
Why would you want to?
At least this one was localized.
Small blessings.
So, what do you make of it all?
Doesn't matter what I think. Only thing that matters is controlling the flow of information. As far as the world knows, not a damn thing happened here.
I like this little summarizing that they did. Right? Okay, we're gonna skip to the end real fast because I want to see the teaser for the next one.
You want to know what it means to be a killer? Think of the most profound thing you've ever done. The most beautiful thing you've ever created. And I promise you, it's nothing compared to watching the life bleed out of someone. To see the fear in their eyes. To feel them pawing at you for release. To hear them pleading, begging. That's true art. That's what you have to be, an artist. I've left my mark on the world. Have you?
Excuse me, season 1 finale? So the next one is The Devil in Me. Alright. No, definitely going like Hostel vibes. And I'm here for that. Oh, I'm excited about that one. I want to make sure it's going back to the title screen. I just want to make sure it goes back to the title screen. Okay, so while it's loading, the recap at the end, going over, like, who survived, who died, and the like. Okay, it's back here. I really liked that. I don't think they've done that in the previous ones. I think that's a thing that they've reinstated after, or because, like, Until Dawn did something like that, where you had an interview of all of, like, the characters who survived and them talking about their experience during the game. I like the fact that they did that with this one as well. It makes sense given that it's, you know, government related, and there's been this huge thing that they want to try and keep undercover. So yeah, you would have sort of like a follow-up. I like that they showed that, though. That's pretty cool. Yeah, SCP Foundation came in at the end. Understandable. I don't want to, like, take too much time because it's super late and I need to eat some dinner and then go to bed. So I'll probably, like, put most of my thoughts in the server, under the stream spoiler discussions and stuff. But big takeaway, I didn't like it at first. I thought this was going to be a fucking disaster just how it opened up. But it ended up being really fucking good! Like... yeah, the first half was not fantastic. The setup was interesting. They had me hooked, with, like, the way before times nonsense. Was really interested in that. And then we met all the military dude bros, and I was like, it wasn't that great. I liked looking around the ruins. It was really neat. And seeing everything, could have done without hearing any of the people talk. That was rough. And then it got really fucking good towards the end. Basically, by the time that we killed Eric, it fucking slapped. I loved the little twist of it actually being aliens. I thought that was really cool. Usually when they're like, oh, it was aliens, it's like half-assed and it doesn't feel great. I thought this tied it in really, really well. Holy shit. Yeah, that went from pretty alright to really shitty to really fantastic, and it's been a whole fucking roller coaster. But I am happy to say that I think this game has my seal of approval. Well, I'm trying to catch up with chat. Yeah, second half slapped. I'm glad you were here for the second half, Sarah. We gotta make sure you're here for the start of the next one. Absolutely. Feel like you're stepping out of the theater after a shocking movie, right? That's one reason why I really like these games. The Dark Pictures anthologies are really interesting. They're shorter than Until Dawn is. But they just tell really neat stories, and I don't want to give away the premise for Man of Medan since I plan on playing it on stream. So I'm gonna wait on that. I will probably do Little Hope sometime soon in the Discord, for anyone who's interested in that. We did play it last year on stream, but that was last year, and I didn't have nearly as many followers or people invested in the game as, or in my streams in general as I do now, and I would love to share that with people who are interested in it. Would also recommend people play it. And look, and I can't say anything without spoiling it, so I don't want to. Curious if Eric has a redemption arc and if there's anything that could redeem him in our eyes. I would be curious to see that as well. I will at some point try and do a save everyone run as well as a kill everyone run, because I like to see how drastically both of those outcomes affect things. If people are interested in that as well, I can stream that in the Discord. I don't necessarily want to, like, do it on stream, because I'd want to, like, sit and think about what I'm doing, and this is super long, and we do it in a few sessions, obviously, but let me know if you're interested in all that. Yeah, no, for sure, like, Eric was really trash, and I don't know that there's anything that they could have done to redeem him, but I'm curious to know, like, if there would have been any sort of change in his character, at least, even if it's not a redemption. And yeah, no, absolutely, like, Jason was absolute trash at the beginning. I fucking hated him, and then I came to, like, absolutely adore him at the end of it. because he had like this whole like change of character, which was really cool. The redemption would not be for Eric, but his glasses. Lol. Holy shit. No, that was amazing. I loved that, and I would highly recommend everyone check out any and all of the Dark Picture anthologies for themselves. I plan on doing Until Dawn at some point because, like I said, it is one of my favorite games. That's something that I want to coordinate with Emmy and David, though. So we'll see when that can happen. Man and Medan will probably be a weekday game. We can probably get this done in like basically 2 sit-downs, 2 days, 2 evening streams. We'll figure out when we can do that. And yeah, basically, we're gonna end it here because I am exhausted. Yeah, a week would be all we would need for this game. Hold on, I have to turn the PlayStation off. Which would work perfectly. I would love how, like, tight that would fit into the schedule. I want to keep talking about this, though, and, like, get to know what everyone's thoughts are on it, because this was fucking amazing, and I I expected it to be good, and then I got iffy, and then, like I said, it picked itself back up, and this was amazing, and I loved it. Holy shit. I'm gonna be thinking about this for a while. Let's yeah! No, we'll definitely do it. Like I said, if people want to chat about this at all, discuss it in the stream spoiler discussions. Also, if people aren't in our Discord and you would like to join, there is the link for that. We do lots of fun, stupid stuff in there pretty regularly. And I love it when we get hyped about a game and can chat about it. That's one of my favorite things. Let's figure out a raid. Yeah, it's bedtime. It's bedtime, but we got a raid. We gotta send a raid over. Let's see. It looks like Lollyflux is doing some Overwatch. Okie Dokie Okami is doing some Pokemon Sword and Shield. Cauliflumps XCOM 2. Obsidian is doing some Pacify. Hugh is playing the same game. Hugh and Luity Lou are doing House of Ashes together. Do we wanna pop on over there? Let's go say hi to Chew. Let's go say hi to Chew. Well, let me look between the two and see who has more viewers. Chew has more viewers than Lou does. Do we want to go say hi to Lou? Yeah, no spoiling. No spoiling. So yeah, Chew or Lou. It's true. But you can talk about it in the Discord. Got thoughts about something or rewatching it and see something that you wanna bring up? Pop it in stream spoilers. I'm making the official decision. We're gonna go hang out with Lou. But like I said, Lou is playing with Chew. They're playing at the same time, and I think they're doing they're doing co-op. They're 100% doing co-op together, which would be interesting to see. I love you guys. Take care of your dang selves. Can one of my mods put up the raid messages? I forgot to do that because I'm tired. I've streamed for 6.5 hours. Thank you, Travis. I'll be back tomorrow with some Dark Souls. No stream on Sunday. I love you guys. Take care. Get some rest. Drink some water. Eat some food. Mwah. You're all amazing.